Devil, my friend. Fashion. Things to wear. Possibly faces covered, but more importantly, covering up the bodies. Merch. We have that now. We are very, very excited to announce that Vampire and the Devil have partnered with our friends at Rockin' Horror Apparel. They are now taking care of the actual merch, the exclusive merch for the Vampire and Devil podcast, modeled by our very sexy devil right here.
Oh, yeah.
But we have all kinds of goodies to share with you.
Got the hoodies. We got some shirts. We got some tanks coming up. We got some booty shorts. We got all the stuff you want to wear from the Vampire and Devil podcast, thanks to Rockin' Horror.
Horns up. Fangs out. Well, whew. Devil, my friend. All of you beloved Fangs and Infernos. Devil and I are beat. But it's not a bad way to feel a little tired when you feel so accomplished and having such a great time. So, Devil, let's talk about the weekend that we just had. First and foremost, thank you so much to Ryan and New Jersey HorrorCon for having us back, man. It was an absolute blast. So many great guests, such a great time, very cool vendors, and we're going to break it all down. But, hey, man, I hope you've been able to take back a swig of souls. You know, I was able to get a little bit of some sips in off of a neck that will remain nameless to boost up the energy a little bit, my friends. So let's break it down, man. New Jersey HorrorCon and Film Festival. Another great time, my man.
Oh, yeah, you know, we always have a good time at the New Jersey Con, you know. I mean, it's always, like we said before, it's always a cool atmosphere. They always have some really cool guests, and you know that first time we went in April, you know, we were just a little bit of wet behind the ears, you know, just you know, starting this thing, and you know, we got to be able to see some cool stuff. And then in August, I feel like we expanded our wings, and we had a really good run. We had 9 interviews during that weekend, and I'm like to officially announce that we have broken our record from the previous New Jersey from 9, and we got to talk to 10 fortunate souls that got to talk to us about the Vampire and the Devil podcast and talk about their illustrious careers. And it was some cool stuff. You know, like I said, it's always fun. You know, I always love going to New Jersey HorrorCon, and you know, just like all the 3 that we've gone before, the second you walk in the door, we got to see our boy, Lord Damien, you know,
Our brethren.
our brethren vampire, you know, and get to see him again, talk to him, and you know, it's always a good time. You know, as soon as like I said, as soon as we walk in the door, 2 things you always see, at least as of right now, is the New Jersey HorrorCon little statue that they always have out there. The fans can take pictures with themselves, and then Brother Damien.
Absolutely. And of course, you know, congratulations are also in order to my brethren, as now it has since been announced that he's like a lifetime, you know, sponsor of New Jersey HorrorCon, which is that's pretty crazy when it comes to New Jersey HorrorCon, because when it comes to Damien, he's my brethren. So lifetime, that's a long time. So I hope New Jersey HorrorCon is in for the long run of hundreds of years, because that's a commitment when you commit to one of my own.
Yeah. They're probably gonna revamp that contract a little bit and maybe make it in human years, but who knows? You know, let's just hope and see. And that's the other thing that was cool about that. You know, even with this and stuff like that, you know, with the announcement of that in New Jersey HorrorCon, they had just recently announced too on their socials that they're bringing back the PA HorrorCon too. That's run by Ryan. So that's kind of cool. You know, they have that, and they're also this year they're doing their going back to Atlantic City for one in May at the Showboat, which is kind of cool. So there's some cool things happening with the New Jersey HorrorCon. So I'm excited that they're able to to expand their wings or bring back other stuff and do other stuff, which means that what they're doing is they're doing something right because they're able to do it. So, like I said, more, nothing but love for that. You know what I mean? Like I said, those guys, like I said, Ryan and them just letting us come to this con and do press and get to touch elbows and rub elbows and do some other stuff with some people. And, it's always been fun. Like I said, we started right in the bang, man. We went
Yup.
straight into the con and, what did we do? We went straight into going and see one of your, speaking of vampires, we went and seen one of your vampire girls and Dracula 2.
Absolutely, that we did, man. We literally ran the gamut straight down. Like as far as like meeting the people that we wanted to meet, securing the signatures of the people we wanted to secure. I'll be honest, Devil, New Jersey Horror Con, as well as all of the horror cons that we've done over our lives, whether professionally or as fans, that was about the most accomplished and speed that I've ever like witnessed or been a part of. It was insane. And don't get me wrong, it wasn't that the people that we wanted to meet were like uninteresting or scrubs or just kind of there to fill space. They were real people. I mean, the first table we went right to was the heavy hitter for both of us, both interview and signature wise. But, to meet her and then right away also, and also, of course, get to meet, our girl from Dracula 2 that we're about to break down, who was also our first interview, to then go right down to knock out somebody from The Crow, as well as somebody from Saw for Mrs. Vamp, and then to cruise right on down the line to knock out our other heavy hitter when it came to an interview, not right that moment for the interview, but to meet that person with their extended catalog and for them being involved in The Crow as well, but also The Devil's Rejects, of course, for Mrs. Devil, like all of that. It was absolutely insane that we knocked out like 5 to 6 people in about 20 minutes, if that. And that's not even an exaggeration, because it might have even have been quicker than that. But yeah, so, when it came to the interviews, Brandy Roderick started it right off. Absolutely super duper sweet. Not even really somebody that I had on my radar specifically for an interview, let alone for it to be as great as it was. And don't get me wrong, it's not that I didn't think that she would be a great interview. It's just kind of one of those things that we kind of have mapped out in our brains, like where we want to go when it comes to our interviews, stuff that we know that people that follow us are going to want to hear about and are going to want to hear from these people, also mixed with the people that, we're interested in. And I, of course, was very interested in meeting Brandy Roderick because she, was one of the stars of Dracula 2 when Wes Craven did his trilogy of Dracula movies. But, sometimes it's a little tricky when you know that somebody's been involved, in things like Playboy and stuff like that, that makes you kind of wonder how, deep do they want to talk about what they're going on. But she was super down for the cause. She wanted to talk right away. It was great. She had a brand new horror movie in Wineville that she wanted to promote, and she was absolutely wonderful. As far as an interview that I didn't really have on the forefront of my brain, but was super down to do if the opportunity presented itself, it was such a pleasant surprise that not only was it such an awesome and informative interview, she was just so sweet and even stopped us later in the con to see how we were doing with interviews and if we had gotten up to our magic number. So it was very cool, my friend, to be remembered.
Yeah. She was super cool. Like I said, super gung ho. She went straight away and followed our pages and stuff like that. She even had Miss Vamp record like a behind the scenes of us interviewing her with her own personal phone. Like she was super gung ho. Like as far as like all the people that we've interviewed and stuff like that, and we've always interviewed people, and we have ones that we'll talk about that we did this time. But I think she was like the first person that I think we've interviewed that was like super excited to like interview with us and like want to do that, where like instantly they were like, oh, what's your page, I want to follow you, I'm interested in your in your podcast. And then like I said, then also want to like kind of record it too for her own personal like video. So I thought that was pretty cool, and like I said, super sweet. You know what I mean? It was pretty cool. We got to like I said, we got to talk a little bit about vampire stuff with the Dracula, and like you said, we got to talk a little bit about the Playboy side and stuff like that. So
Sin and skin.
Yeah, the skin is the scene. But yeah, I like I said, out of one, like I said, it wasn't somebody that wasn't 100% on our radar, but it was awesome that she was just like so cool about it and just like made it even more like, oh my God. Like I said, it's one of those ones where like, you don't really know. Like, you kind of figure like some interviews are going to go this way, or sometimes you're going to go that way. Sometimes you have like people that is going to be a fun interview because they're already super hype and moving around. And then you have ones like that where it's just like, okay, I thought she'd be a cool interview. Like I said, we've liked her career and stuff like that,
yeah.
But I wasn't expecting it to be as like super cool. And like you said, like, throughout the rest of the con, she kept on like every time she'd see us, she would say hi. Like I said, she was asking us where we were with our numbers, and we'd be like, oh, we're at 5 right now, and then we'd see her again, oh, we're at 7. She's like, oh, I really hope you guys get to the magic number and all that. So I thought that was kind of cool. It was like, I mean, it's like whenever you meet somebody, and then like maybe like a day later or a month later, they see you again, like, hey, and they know your name and stuff. You're like, oh shit, wait. Because you gotta realize she probably talked to like, hundreds of people that day, in those days and stuff like that, and still kind of remembered like, even like, even the magic number, because she even told us, she was like, did you get 10 yet? And we were like, 10 what? 10? We're like,
yeah,
oh, yeah, 10 in it, because we didn't even know. Like,
so off guard that I was like, huh?
So I thought that was kind of cool. Like that's not even she remembered like that we were going for like, maybe like see if we can try to get our record or something, like get to how many we got. But she actually even remembered what number we needed to get to it. So I thought that was really, really cool. And you can just tell like she genuinely like cares about meeting people and stuff like that too.
Yeah, no, she definitely did. And so that was, not only was that just such a kick-ass interview for us to do, that's a really cool interview to like just start off the weekend with, like to be like, man, just such a high, just like super duper cool. All right, Fangs and Infernos, as always, we are super stoked to hang out with you guys, and we are coming at you live at New Jersey HorrorCon. You know us from being here. We've worked a bunch of these events, and we're always very, very grateful that Ryan has us back to have some more fun. And we're kicking it off, trying to break previous records on interviews, and Randy has been very, very gracious to rock out with us for our very first one today, March 1st, starting off a new month, a new con, and a whole lot of fun. Of course, it's myself, the Vampire. We've got Devil, but most importantly, Randy Roderick is joining us right now. Randy, first and foremost, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Welcome to the Vampire and Devil podcast.
Very exciting.
It's a couple of hours into the con, but so far, how is it going?
Oh, it's been awesome. I always love my East Coast fans and getting to see everybody again. It's been a really great show so far.
Very, very cool. Awesome. And that's what it's definitely all about. And it's a couple of days of like fun and just kind of enjoying ourselves.
Yes.
But also, first and foremost, for the sake of myself, Devil, I'm going to take a quick moment for my own selfish reasons so we can talk about, some of my kinsmen. You were in Dracula 2 with, of course, the late, great Wes Craven. How do you look back at that movie, and what do you remember about it?
The thing I remember most is shooting in Romania with Jason London, Craig Sheffer. We had a great cast. But the thing that's so crazy is it was in just 20-degree, 18-degree weather in the middle of the night, and they dug a grave, a real grave, and they actually buried me alive. Like, that all was real. I had to get into this grave. Freezing cold, and they were shoveling dirt on me. So that was a little creepy because I saw them dig the grave. But yeah, it was a really crazy, fun, insane experience.
Oh, so cool. Do you have any, like a fun, maybe personal experience that you had with Wes?
He didn't come on set for that.
Okay.
Maybe because it was all the way in Romania.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did a Wes Craven episode on our show, and where we're talking about his full filmography and stuff. So we always take moments to talk about all the various movies, because of course it'll be
you know, Devil, it'll be a 5-hour episode talking about all of Wes Craven's stuff in details.
Yeah.
But
Very cool.
but absolutely, for sure. Devil, my friend, let's kick it over to you.
I mean, obviously, because, you know, the vampire's going to ask vampire stuff. You know, the devil loves his sin and skin. So how was it like doing the Playboy stuff and working with, like, Hugh Hefner and all that kind of stuff? How did you enjoy it?
Amazing. I mean, it was a great experience. I learned a lot from Hef. And yeah, I mean, it was really a wonderful stepping stone for me. Playboy came out at the same time I was going to go do Baywatch, and they kind of went hand in hand, and it was an amazing experience. I owe a lot to Playboy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And then, like, when you do that kind of stuff like that, like, versus, like, doing photo shoots and stuff like that versus, like, movies, did you kind of, like, do you like that side of doing it, the photography, as far as doing the shoots, or do you like doing the acting and getting into the dirt and doing the grimy stuff?
Yeah, my acting and producing is my jam.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah, but I mean, I liked doing it, and I will do it. But for me, it's all about acting, producing, directing. That's what I like doing.
And then, have you always been a fan of the horror genre?
Always.
And then, like, what were the kind of your favorite horror movies growing up?
Well, I wouldn't say it was my favorite, but my very first horror film was when I was 6 years old with my mom watching The Exorcist.
Nice.
Which is, pretty sick and twisted for a mom
Yeah.
to have her daughter watch The Exorcist,
Parenting goals.
Yes, yeah. Exactly.
And we're from Baltimore, so we're not even that far from the area of D.C. where
that's
The Exorcist,
crazy.
you can go to the steps and see the steps.
Yeah. Oh, that's crazy. That's pretty cool. But I loved, for me growing up, the era was like, Nightmare on Elm Street. That one I remember being 12 or 14 years old, and I was so scared I still had to sleep on my parents' floor as a teenager. Like, me and my girlfriend had to. But I ever since a very young age, we've always been into horror in my family.
That's super duper
Which is
cool.
why I wanted to do my own horror film.
That's exactly where we're going right now.
Because of that reason, because at a very young age, we were always watching horror films.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So, of course,
Yeah.
Wineville. I'm trying to avoid some of the glare here. There we go. But let's talk about Wineville. It's your pet project. It's your movie. Of course, you play Tess.
Yeah.
And so let's learn, educate Vampire and Devil and our Fangs and Infernos about Wineville.
Well, if you haven't seen it yet, make sure you go watch it. But I will warn you, it is not for the faint of heart. Do not watch it with any children or any kids, even if you say, "Oh, but they're teenagers." It is a horror film based in 1978. It's about a really screwed up family, a la Texas Chainsaw Massacre, serial killer family. And my character, Tess, ran away at the age of 15 because some very horrific things happened to her as a child. And when her father dies, she has to go back to the family vineyard to take care of everything. And when she comes back, she finds that everything has even blackened and festered even worse. But not only now does she have to escape by herself, but she also now has to escape with her 11-year-old son.
wow.
And she'll do anything and everything to get him out of there safely.
Very, very cool.
Yeah.
When it comes to a movie like this, where you've done movies, of course, as, talent for the movie, but what is it about a movie that your thumbprint is very much on?
Well, the great thing about it is you get to do whatever you want. Your creative juices, whatever it is that you want to happen and the way that you see the vision, you get to create. That's what I love about, when it's your baby and you get to do what you want. There's no one else to blame if it doesn't come out the way you want it, because you did everything you wanted to do. So that's been very exciting for me, is to have my vision come to life.
Absolutely, for sure. Devil?
I was going to say, do you like that side of, like, where not just the acting, but now you can do, like, if you do the little bit of writing or directing and stuff like that, or like a project like that, you're not worried about somebody telling you this is what you got to do. You can pretty much just do how you want to do, and it's like, do you find that more exhilarating than actually where you have to, like, be in a time frame and stuff like that with other movies, or no, you have to do it this way or do it that way?
Yeah, I mean, it was great. I I'm hoping. I mean, I wish I could do all of them like that.
Yeah.
I mean, right? We get to make all the decisions ourselves. I mean, that's. I wish that for everybody. I mean, it was a great experience.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, is there anything that you're going to be working on soon that you can talk about? Like anything that you have up and coming new, whether it's acting or more of the side of being that side of the movie
Well, we're
industry?
out, promoting Wineville right now because it just came out. So everybody go watch it. Or you can watch it on Amazon, Apple, Tubi, all the things. Or you can have your own autographed DVD, which has all the behind the scenes cool stuff. Also the actor interviews, so all kinds of fun behind the scenes stuff. And you can get that at winevillemovie.com. And then I'm also going to shoot another horror film called The Treehouse soon. So that's coming up. But yeah, lots of fun, exciting stuff.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But also, don't forget, Fangs and Infernos, you can come out right now to New Jersey HorrorCon, and not only can you get your autographed copy, you can meet Brandy to get your autographed copy. So show some support, show some love. Is there anything that in particular you would love to say out to your fans that are going to be watching this shortly?
Just thank you so much for always supporting me, and especially right now with my Wineville endeavor. I just really appreciate all the support I always get from my fans. I love my fans. Mwah.
No, absolutely. And of course, Brandy, we really thank you for taking some time, to be on our show, on our passion project,
Yes.
and taking a little bit of time again here at New Jersey HorrorCon to talk about Dracula 2, Devil's Skin and Sin, as well as, of course, Wineville. So again, thank you so much for giving us a little bit of your time.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Fangs and Infernos. We will see you guys very soon. We got more great stuff coming your way. I'm Vampire, he's Devil, but more importantly, she is Brandy Roderick. See you soon. Horns up, fangs out.
And another interview that I kind of want to jump to that we did about halfway to 3/4 through our day is because it was an interview that I had on my radar. It was somebody I definitely wanted to meet for my, Terrifier love, but felt strongly that it would be a very cool interview if we could get it, but understood that there were no guarantees in this one. And not because it was bad or worrisome or anything. It was literally due to age, youth, and inexperience. But let's take a brief moment to talk about interviewing Wesley Holloway, who was the serial kid in the dream sequence, the Clown Cafe sequence of Terrifier 2. And not only was he just so sweet, so polite, his parents were wonderful. Like, they were very cool. They, were of course there to look after his best interests, but at the same time, they weren't standing over him, like guards protecting, the crown jewel or anything. They were so nice, wonderful to talk to. His mom was there on Saturday, and then his dad was with him on Sunday, but they were just really cool, very down for what we were doing and what we were looking to talk to him about. But also just like, hey, let's not right this second, but let's just plan it out, touch back, see how it looks. Because they also wanted to take into account that, he's so young that he can be so overwhelming at a con like that. And I thought it was really, really cool. They gave us 10 to 15 minutes. We felt very strong about it at around 8 to 10 that, to also allow him to be confident and feel good to where we covered ourselves. But that was one of my very favorite interviews just because it was very cool to talk to somebody so new in the game and already a part of such a huge franchise. And then kind of a secondary really cool movie that's getting a lot of love and stream because it's the Terrifier people involved in that. And for him and his parents to just be so cool and so down to the cause, I really enjoyed that one, Devil.
Yeah. I thought it was really, really cool, man. It was just funny though too, because it's like, when we were asking him and asking the mother, if he was interested in doing it, and he seemed like he was really interested. But like I said, being young and being new to the game, and that's what we were telling him. Like even when we were talking to the parents, like it said, that's like, if he doesn't want to do it or doesn't feel comfortable, because like I said, he's still new in the whole, acting kind of thing. He's always still new at doing meeting people and stuff like that, and maybe doing interviews. You know what I mean? Especially as a kid, you kind of feel kind of awkward and you don't know exactly what you want to say and things like that. And we even in one part we asked him a question that was sort of like a question you would ask somebody, like, hey, can you give us a little sneak peek of something maybe you're gonna do? And he handled it like professional. He kept that NDR, signed and sealed and wouldn't let us get into it. So I thought that was really, really cool. And the other thing about it, like when he was signing your thing, you'd go to the people and say, okay, what color do you want? And then show you like what the color looks like being signed. And then you thought that was already cool enough. Then he's got like the coolest autograph in the entire world, because he's literally just spelling his name in cursive, which is insane for anybody who's not 30 or older to even know what cursive even is and be able to do it. Like his cursive is better than my cursive, and I grew up in the cursive era, so it was like, but it was cool because it was just one continual swoop after swoop. His name, first name and last name, was just nonstop one line. I was like,
and it's legible.
That was the coolest thing, and legible. I'm like, that's the coolest, not only looking wise, but like just cool autograph. And he was like, oh yeah. So he was super even just excited of us, acknowledging that. And then, when you went to go meet him, you were the first person to have him ever sign a cereal bowl.
Yep, the Terrifier cereal bowl. He said he had signed a few cereal boxes, but he had not signed a cereal bowl yet. So I was like, nice. And that's just cool. Like as a fan of cons, and this happened also to me recently at another con that we did. I don't remember off the top of my head what. Oh yeah, there it is. But these guys, they do so many cons. There's so many people in the world. There's so many people that they meet, and people that are very rabid and love a franchise and have to get everybody, that it can be very uncommon to be the first of anything, and I'm just as myself or as an individual person, because you never know how many people they've met before you, and with so much merch out there. So to be the first, like, Terrifier Art Crispy cereal bowl for him to sign was very, very cool. And he had the photo that I was hoping that he had, which is the photo of him from the movie, where like his eyes are white and he's like smiling with like blood coming out of his mouth. That I was like, you know what? I want that. I'd like that for my Terrifier wall. I think it's such a cool shot. And again, when you have somebody who, conducts themselves so well, both themselves and their handlers, in this case his parents, it makes you cool, and with spending a little extra money on something else when you can tell that they're like good people. But no, I thought that was super fun. And he did it again too, because I was looking at his markers and I was like, I don't know, man, I'm telling you, Wesley, I feel like that green is really speaking to me. And like Mrs. Vamp was like, oh, that green looks so cool. But it is so sweet, because he's like, well, I got this green and I got this green, and this is how it looks. And this is how it looks. And I'm just like, oh my God, I love this kid already. And it was super duper cool. But yeah, he was great. He was so professional. And honestly, my favorite part of everything collectively was when we were talking to him and his mom for the first time about the potential of an interview. The fact that he looked at us, and in no smug way at all, I just loved the words he used, was like, I'm down with it. I think it's cool. Let me talk to my people and see if it's cool with them. And I couldn't help but just be like, that's amazing. This kid's like,
I'll have my people contact your people.
Yeah, this kid's like 10 years old, or, if that. And I'm like, he just said, let me talk to my people and get back to you. And I couldn't be mad about it. I really couldn't, nor did it deserve to be mad at either. It was just, when you're that unprepared for that language to come from such a young actor, I couldn't help but laugh. I had a hard time actually keeping a straight face when he actually said it because I thought it was just so funny. But yeah, no, it was definitely very cool to be the first Cereal Bowl for him, because I remember when you and I met Randy Blythe from Lamb of God, he was in the Paradise City movie, the spinoff of American Satan that I really like. And I was the first, like Blu-ray for Paradise City, or the first disc from Paradise City that he had signed. And I was like, oh, that's really cool, because I think that was one of my first, small handful of things like that, kind of like the Munsters street sign that was actually your idea when I presented it to Jeff Daniel Phillips a few years back. So it was super duper cool when you have those little moments meeting somebody who you're not the first person they've ever met, but have something that'll be the first thing for them to sign. It's always kind of cool.
All right, Fangs and Infernos, we're right back at you. We've been having an amazing time at New Jersey HorrorCon in Edison, New Jersey. Everybody has been so incredibly cordial, and we really appreciate their time. And so we are actually going to get into one of our youngest interviews, maybe the youngest interview, Devil, that we've ever had. Wesley Holloway from Stream, as well as Terrifier 2, is joining us for a little chit-chat. Wesley, first and foremost, thank you so much. We really appreciate your time.
For having me, and I'm excited.
Absolutely. We'll start off with the convention and meeting the fans of the franchises, meeting fans that are learning about you, and overall, are you having a good time?
I'm having a great time. I'm having a blast. It's amazing meeting people. Everybody's super nice, and I'm having a great time.
Awesome, man, for sure. So since it came out first, why don't we just start a little bit with Terrifier? What do you remember about getting involved in that movie, and what did you think of your scene? Because it's definitely a lot of iconic imagery specifically for what you were doing.
So I had a lot of fun, and it was a very bloody set. So when I was doing my scene, they had a bowl that I was eating, and they had somebody make these marshmallow razor blades, and when they cut to the bowl, they had actual bugs and razor blades that they put in. And I had a great time. Everybody was super nice, and David's just so fun to work with because he's just so theatrical. And in between takes, he'd like make faces, and we played Pokemon together, and yeah, I had a great time. And working with David was awesome. Damien, yeah.
It seems like they looked out for you very well, and that's awesome. Are you a fan of horror movies? So a scene like that, of course, especially for a young actor like yourself, can probably be a little bit of like a culture shock, a lot going on, and maybe a little bit just scary in general. But did you feel comfortable on the set, especially with so much blood and violence, for lack of a better term?
Absolutely. I mean, I've always loved horror. I've always grown up wanting to see the creepy stuff, like Paranorman and little movies like that. But when I got this part, it was like opening a whole new world to me, because after this I was wanting to be watching more horror movies and like real deal scary stuff. But everybody was so nice, and again, David was hilarious to work with, and so it wasn't really scary. I just got to see how the effects happened, and it was awesome because I got to meet the people that die in those scenes, and it was cool. I wasn't scared at all.
Oh, that's awesome, man, for sure. Devil, my friend, let's kick it over to you for a bit.
I was gonna say, when you went for this role in Terrifier, how were you approached? Were you auditioning? Were you putting your name out there for that? Was it something that you saw, like they were like wanted ads? Like, how did you get the part for that role?
So my parents were big fans of the movie before we got this audition. When we saw the audition, we were super excited because they were like, "You got to do this audition. This is an awesome movie." So I was like, "All right, sure." And then so I did the audition. I did the wow, I wonder what I got with Captain Crunchbox.
Yeah.
And they really liked it, so I got the audition. It was like a dream come true, and it was amazing. It was really great.
I'd say, yeah, obviously you did that movie, then you continue on working with Damien, with Stream and stuff like that. Talk about, going back to working with those people again, and then obviously working with such great people, and even like you have a picture on there working with Tony Todd, that we just recently lost. How was it like working with some of these iconic horror people? You have them, Daniel Harris, and all that stuff like that. How was it like being on that street set for that?
Well, it was really amazing because I was a little older and I had watched a lot of the movies that I was seeing my coworkers basically. I was acting across people that I watch at home, and it was like, that's crazy that I'm in the same world as them. And it was really great to see how they acted and their process. But, it was great working with them again. David was there too.
Yeah.
Mike Levy. It was a lot of fun, and it was in Gettysburg where we filmed Creepy Hotel.
Oh, nice.
It was great.
Yeah. So now when you have these two movies in there, do you kind of have like that feeling that this is something you wanted to continue on? You've got that kind of acting bud. Is this something that you want to continue on with your future? Do you want to keep doing acting and keep doing movies now?
Acting is definitely what I want to pursue when I'm older.
Yep.
Not just horror, but like drama, action, really everything. But horror will always have a special place to me because it's like one of the main reasons on how I started my career and why I love movies so much. But I love to act. It's like I act because I love art and because it makes me happy when I act. So that's what I want to do when I'm older.
Yeah.
It's great.
So like we were talking to you got to work with a lot of older, the established horror actors. Are there any like newer or more upcoming horror actors that you would like to work with? Because obviously you're working with the ones who are, my generation of actors. Like, but with your generation, is there anybody like from your generation, or so that you would like to maybe do something with or collab with as well too?
I don't know. I mean, I'd love to work with really anyone, but I really have to think about that. I'm not 100% sure, but I don't know. I don't know about that one.
I just think it's cool because, like I said, you're this is a completely different generation working with these awesome generations of other people, and it's kind of just bringing in that generation. And you're kind of inspiring maybe other people who are like your age or so that want to come in and do acting. So I love it. It's awesome.
Yeah, at school, kids ask me how I got into acting, and it's really cool because I get to share my experience, and I love working with actors my age. And it's cool because like we're both in the same boat. It's like we're both working, and it's a great experience. And I'd love to work with a lot of people, but I guess I can't think of anyone off the top of my head right now. But,
Absolutely. Obviously, with announcements of projects, things like that, there's things you're able to talk to versus not talk about. It is early still in 2025. Is there anything you can tell us about how 2025 is shaping up for you?
I have some work later in the year, but one thing that I have coming out very soon is Chicago Med. I have a guest star episode March 26th, so it's a very dramatic role, and I definitely check it out. If you like that kind of thing, or if you want to see me or just more different content, but definitely check it out. It's a very deep episode, but I think a lot of people will like it and connect with it.
Awesome. Very, very cool. And of course, we saw you in Terrifier 2. We missed you in Terrifier 3. Is there potential for Terrifier 4, or are myself, Devil, and the Fangs and Infernos just going to have to wait and see?
Well, you will probably just have to wait and see because I can't really say anything, but I will say I would love to continue working with these guys. But I can't really say what I am doing.
No, of course, absolutely. Well, Wesley, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you for making some time for us. And of course, one of the things that's always very important to myself and to Devil is that you enjoyed yourself, you had a good time, you felt respected in your interview, and that you just enjoyed yourself.
I did. I had a great time. Thank you guys so much, and thank you guys out there.
Awesome.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Fangs and Infernos. We'll see you guys again a little bit later. I'm Vampire, he's Devil, but first and foremost, Serial Kid. He is Wesley Holloway, and we will see you guys later. Horns up,
And then, like
Fangs
I said,
out.
when we were going into this too, like I said, we had some, like I said, we had, names that we were going for, and obviously the first person that when we got to the con, as far as professionally and personally, we went straight to the door. We went to to one of our favorite people, Academy Award winning makeup artist V Neil, who was like, the big hitter. We knew as soon as New Jersey HorrorCon had added her, I was like, oh my God, there's a Lost Boys thing that we didn't even think of that we could put on our Lost Boys thing. And then unfortunately we lost her for a bit.
Yep.
And we're like, damn, that sucks. I mean, that one hurt. And then magically, New Jersey was able to pull her back in, and we not only got to, get stuff personally signed by V, we also got a cool, sweet interview with her, which was awesome. We got to talk about, our love of Lost Boys, our Tim Burton love with, Beetlejuice and all that. We got to talk, some sweet stories about, me being a huge Pee Wee Herman fan. So her working with Paul Rubens, obviously her working with Robin Williams. So, we got to talk a little bit about that. But, and we got to talk a little bit about her being able to snooze up to, as she quote unquote said, her Johnny.
Yep.
Basically being the envy of every woman in the world, being that close to Johnny Depp for hours and hours doing his makeup all the time.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. Like we've been doing, cons long enough and meeting people that we want to meet long enough that you understand that certain cancellations are just, it's part of the territory. These people are all still active, in some way, shape, or form. If they're not active, it's often because, they're of a higher age, and so certain maybe health things come in, but like losing V for a moment was the only time in recent memory that I've ever genuinely felt like bummed and kind of disappointed, where I was like, shit. And I was like, again, hey, she was literally dealing with a health situation, and we would never put, our wanting to meet this person or a con, especially across the country, ahead of somebody's personal health. But being that we're Lost Boys people and that you're a Pee Wee Herman fan, and and we love Beetlejuice and stuff, I was like, oh, that kind of hurts. Like losing that, I was kind of like, oh, nuts. That really is a bummer. And then like 2 weeks later or whatever it was, when she got, re-announced as, nope, everything's cool and we will have her, was like, yes, which was also one of the reasons why I was like, okay, when we get our credentials and everything gets taken care of, right to her table. I just want to get it done and not have to worry about it for the rest of the con. But she was so great, super duper cool, and really was a great interview. Not like I felt that she wouldn't be, but it was like, especially when you are looking to interview such an accomplished person, sometimes it can be a little bit intimidating on how they're gonna talk to you about wanting to do the interview. And she was cool right off the bat. When we circled back around on Sunday to officially see if she was available, she was like, yeah, let's do it right now. I was like, all right, Devil, let's get set up, bro. It's time. And it was so great. I asked her if I could just have a couple of her little flyers for V Neil's, vampire weekend. And she was like, here, take them all. I'm like, V, if we take them all, they can't be on your table to pass out. And she's like, yeah, but my event is on the West Coast. So if you guys are going to litter the East Coast with flyers, I don't need them here. I'm like, well, I can't argue with that logic. So that was super duper cool.
All right, Fangs and Infernos, we are right back at you. We are very, very excited for this one. Very, very honored, myself especially, but the Devil, of course, is very, very excited as well. We have been joined by V Neil. Thank you so much
Oscar
Absolutely.
winner, B. Neil.
Absolutely. Again, we have been rocking out here at New Jersey HorrorCon, having an absolutely great time. He was the first table that we ran to yesterday to get our personal situation handled, of course. But again, B, thank you so much for your time. And how has the weekend been?
Oh, it's been great. There's great fans here. I love coming here. I've done this show before, and it's always been very good for me.
No, absolutely. And of course, Devil knows this was coming. But first and foremost, a little bit about the Lost Boys. How was it doing that movie, and how did the opportunity come across your desk?
Well, I had worked on a movie with Joel Schumacher before, so Joel and I had a very great shorthand with each other. We really liked working together. I love vampires. And I just said, Joel, I'm going to make this fabulous for you. It was probably the most fun I had working on a movie for a very long time. Like, when people say, what was your favorite show to work on? I would always say The Lost Boys.
Oh, that's so awesome. And we'll just keep it rolling real quick there, because in 2 weeks,
Yes.
the Neil's Vampire Weekend in Burbank, California.
Yep.
And you have all kinds of talent, Lost Boys, alumni that are going to be there as well. I believe also Father Sebastian, I believe, is also going to be there.
Yes, Sebastian's going to be there with us, yes.
And but just so much going on when it comes to that. And of course, you have already talked about your fondness of vampires. So talk a little bit about the creation of the Neil's Vampire Weekend.
Well, this lady came to me and said, "Hey, V, you should do a convention." I said, I don't know anything about doing conventions. She goes, "But guess what I do?" And I went, "Okay," because this is Tommy Brunswick. She usually does Motor City Nightmares. So she had her company, and we just said, "Okay, let's put it together." And I said, "Well, what should we?" She said, "Well, what should we do?" And I said, "If we're going to do this," I said, "it has to be about vampires, and it has to be in California, because I don't want to leave to go do something somewhere else. It's too hard, especially because this is new territory for me."
Yes.
So that's what we did, and I said, "I love this particular venue because Monster Palooza is there, and it's kind of like a home for me."
Oh, nice.
So, that's what we did, and we just started working on it last year, and now we're going to do it.
In 2 weeks in Burbank, California, the Neil's Vampire Weekend. Devil, my friend, take it away.
I mean, first of all, because since he went straight to his first love with the Lost Boys, I mean, I'm a huge vampire fan. I love Lost Boys. First thing I want to talk to you about is working with the late, great Paul Reubens, Pee Wee Herman. I'm the biggest Pee Wee Herman and Pee Wee Playhouse fan in the entire world. How was it like working with Paul Reubens?
Paul's amazing. I loved him so much. I was obviously so sad when he passed.
Yeah.
But he was terrific to work with. I mean, what a genius. What an incredible visual man he was.
Yeah.
And just a sweetheart. I really enjoyed working with him so immensely, and we had a very long friendship. I met him when I was doing the film 9 to 5.
Yeah.
And the camera operator on the show came to me one day and he said, "B," he says, "I'm producing this weird little show, and we're going to be doing it at the Roxy at midnight on Friday night." He said, "Do you think you could come and help the guys with makeup? Because you're real, avant-garde." And at the time, I think I had red hair with a purple bat cut in the back of my head or something.
Nice.
And he said, "They could really use your help." And I said, "Really? Friday night after working all week? Oh, God, I don't know." And I thought, "Oh, well, what the hell, right?" So I went over there, and this is when he was just starting the Playhouse.
Yeah,
At that point, it wasn't so much a children's show.
Yeah, the stage show was definitely not very children-like.
It was a very body adult show that was totally bizarre, and
Yeah.
I wasn't ready for it. You know what I mean? But I went in and I helped Missy Vaughn do her makeup, and I helped the genie. I sort of revamped the genie makeup a little bit, enough so we could get it on him and in there, and help guys glue their sideburns on and stuff like that.
Oh, nice.
And I remember sitting in the audience, and I was like in the back row, and I'm watching this, and I went, "Oh shit, who's gonna see this? Where are they gonna show this?" I mean, it was like so raunchy. I mean,
Yeah.
raunchy. And I thought, okay, whatever. And I said, and God, that voice. On
Yeah,
that Pee Wee
yeah.
guy, I don't know. Because my friend said to me, his name was Chuck Minsky. Chuck said, "Well, don't worry about the Pee Wee guy. He does his own makeup." And I'm looking at him, and I'm like, "Yeah, he does his own makeup." Awful, but okay. And so at the end of the thing, Paul came up to me, and I just barely briefly met him, and he goes, "So what did you think of the show?" And I said, I said, you want me to tell you my honest opinion or just tell you what you want to hear? And he goes, no, I want to hear your honest opinion. I said, well, I don't know who's going to come and see it. It was pretty raunchy. And I said, and I'm not a prude, but okay. And I said, and I really can't stand your voice. And he looked at me and goes, oh, okay, well, that's honest. And we became fast friends ever since then. And I would have parties at my house, and he'd always come over, and we would just hang out and go out to dinner, and we were friends from then on.
Yeah. And
just because I can't help myself, Lefty from Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Yeah, and then obviously talking about other people that we've lost before too, with the part with the Oscar-winning makeup doing with Miss Doubtfire, working with the late great Robin Williams. How was that too?
Another angel of a person. I can't say enough good things about Robin. Yeah. He was an incredible man and such a talent and such a terrible loss to the whole community. It was. I mean, I just like Paul. I cried for months after. Robin died
exactly.
Because, like every time somebody mentioned his name, there was always something that come up, But he was an absolute doll, and we stayed friends for years too because I knew the girl who did his makeup most of the time. She would always call me and says, "I just saw Robin." He said to make sure that I call you up and tell you hello, and I would say, "Oh, thanks." Or I'd be like shooting on the lot at Warner Brothers and Robin if he was there doing a movie. He was there doing a movie with Billy Crystal. And he rode his bike over one day to say hi to me. He brought me a piece of birthday cake or something one day. It was just bizarre out of the blue, But what a sweetheart. What a lovely man.
And then, kind of get out from the sadness and stuff. And we'll talk about things that are glad. I've mentioned before when we came in, but you're basically the envious to every woman being able to be as close as you have been as many times as Johnny Depp. So, for out there, for all the ladies out there, how is it like being close that many times and that many hours with the Johnny Depp?
I used to call him my Johnny, but of course he wasn't mine. But
we won't tell anyone.
What a sweetheart! What an absolute doll! I mean, another perfect gentleman. I just adore it. He loves being in makeup, so you couldn't have a more perfect person to be sitting in your chair because he likes to be made up. He likes to be all these different characters,
Oh, yeah.
It makes him happy, and he basically, you can do whatever you want to him. He doesn't, okay,
nice.
But I can't. We were working on something when we were working on the character for Pirates, and I said, "Oh, Johnny." He says, "I want to have dark eyes like Keith," and I said, "Okay, we're good with that. That's bitchin'." I said, "We need to put some cool little things in your beard because it was the only thing he could really grow." So I put little extensions in his beard. And he says, "I want to have, in my wig," he said, "I want it to be kind of dreads and messy." And he said, "And I want stuff in it." And I said, "Dude, I have been collecting African trade beads and trinkets for 30 years.
Wow.
Because I used to make jewelry. And I said, I've got all kinds of cool shit." So all of those things hanging in his hair was all my beads that I'd saved.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
So all of that stuff was out of my personal collection. And I made those, and we gave them to the hairdresser, and he sewed some of them in, and then we sewed the rest of the big long strands in. And it was just fun collaborating with him to create this character.
Yeah.
And I remember when the first time I made him up, and he came out all dressed up, and he was in wardrobe, the people in Disney were freaking out. And the first couple of days, he wouldn't let them see him. The first couple of days of shooting, they went, "Oh, we don't know what he is. Is he gay? Is he drunk? What's it's like, it's like, dude, that's that's dark for, the reflection of the sea.
Yeah.
He doesn't have his sea legs. That's why he's always weeping, And they went, oh. And then when he first came, he had all of his teeth almost all gold in the front. Oh. And the studio said, "Oh, no, we can't, you can't do that. That's no." And so he said, okay. So then he went and moved the gold off and put a silver and put them off so you could see some of his teeth. And when they kept pestering him to change it, he goes, "Look, guys, I'm going to do it the way I'm going to do it or get somebody else." He said, "I'm done changing."
Yeah.
And they finally said, okay. And then, of course, after it was like a huge hit, it was like, oh, yeah, that was all our idea.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
No, of course.
And before I kick it off back to Vampire again, though, we were talking about it a little before with Kirkman. It's an awesome seeing, the makeup artists and the behind-the-scenes section of this. You don't really get to meet those people, it's mostly the actors. How was it like, doing Face Off and kind of bringing that makeup artists to the forefront to bring on new generations of people who want to get into the makeup industry.
That show was really fun to do. I was so amazed at what they could pull off literally in like 2 or 3 days.
Yeah.
And admittedly, the stuff was falling apart as we were like shooting it, basically. But you could tell. I mean, they had a lot of talent, and some of it was like, yes, that's a really good blueprint. If you had 3 weeks instead of 3 days,
well,
imagine what they could have done.
Yeah, definitely.
And I had like a producer, like I was doing an interview on some show, and they said to me, "What's your biggest fear about Face Off? Like how this is all going to end?" I said, "My biggest fear is that the producers are actually going to think that it only takes 3 days to make this thing."
Well, yeah.
That is my biggest fear, because of course it takes more than 3 days.
Oh yeah.
If it took 3 days for an idea, sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's all those shows like that, where you watch like the baking shows and they got like 5 hours to make it. Well, yeah, it looks nice because that guy took 12 hours to make his cake. So of course, the 3 hours you're not going to get a product that looks amazing. But yeah, it's crazy with some of the stuff that they had on that show with the little bit of time that they had was amazing.
And you have to remember, it's like once they were done, there was another crew that came in and ran all those prosthetics for them overnight.
Yeah.
So a lot of that stuff had to be run overnight, and if they got a shitty run, oh well, that's all they could do. You know, so they had to make sure they could make their molds the best that they could, so they could get a good run. And it was all foam latex. We didn't really have silicone going on a lot back then, but they did an amazing job for what they had to do. Amazing.
Absolutely. No, thank you, Devil. And of course, we don't want to eat up too much of your time and allow your fans to be able to meet you and you enjoy your weekend. But of course, we do need to cover. Say it once, say it twice, third time's the charm. Beetlejuice, of course. And I also want to make it sort of a two-part question, simply about, of course, doing the makeup for Michael, being involved in the movie, but then, of course, you have such a long history now of just working with Tim Burton in general.
Right, yeah, Tim Burton's fantastic. The last film I actually did with Tim was Sweeney Todd.
Yeah,
love that movie so much.
And it was the last film I did with Johnny as well, because, I went on to other stuff. I started doing the Hunger Games, and then what we did was Joel Harlow, who was my assistant on the pirate films, who used to take care of Johnny a lot. He started doing Johnny's makeup for some of the other films that Johnny was doing, and then they became a team for a while. And that was really great, because Joel was a really great fit for Johnny, because Johnny really didn't have anybody to hang out with, you know what I mean? And he wouldn't hang out with me. I'm an older woman, and it's like, and it would be weird anyway. So he had another guy to hang out with, and Joel is really good at sculpting and painting, which Johnny really wanted to get better at. And so Joel helped Johnny with his sculpting and painting, and it was a really good fit. And off they went. But Tim Burton was fantastic to work with. I really enjoyed working with Tim. But he makes most of his movies now over in Europe. And they don't let us go to work with Europe, so that's why I haven't worked with him.
Oh, got you. And how was it with Michael doing his makeup and everything
that was
with
fun
that?
Because initially when I got the job, I had just come off of Lost Boys, and Bo Welch was the production designer on both of those films, and he said, "I got this movie, you got to get over there, And so I figured out who was working in the production office, and I just called until they got me an interview with Tim. And I remember when I went in for the interview with Tim, they were in a crappy old trailer on the back lot at Culver City Studios. I mean, we were a Warner Brothers film, but we didn't have any money. They just stuck us on another lot. They didn't even want us on the Warner Brothers lot. And anyway, they were in this old construction trailer, and there was cork board up on the wall, and it had these like kind of crumpled up pictures of like a guy looked like a derelict, in a trash can, basically. I don't know, digging around it. And I thought, well, what is that? Who is that supposed to be? And then when I finally got in and talked to Tim, he goes, "Oh yeah, that's Beetlejuice." And I went, "Oh." So when I started doing test makeups for him, when I first did him, he kind of looked like a derelict and kind of creepy. And Tim says, "Oh no, we can't look at him. He's gross." I said, "Yeah, okay." So I finally, after a couple of tries, I said, I tell you what, we've already done test makeups on all the other people. I said, why don't you just let me go back and do what I want to him and see what happens? And he goes, "Okay, go." So
Nice.
he just let me have full range, and I went back and I said, "Okay, I don't want him to be as colorful as the other characters, because he is sort of an outcast." So I said, let's just do him pastel like we were going to do the other characters, but let's do him like a pale yellow. And then I did like dark brown and purple around his eyes, and we gave him that hideous, nasty. God, that wig was originally platinum, and we dyed it green and yellow and beige and all these colors. So when it finally came out, it was literally a bunch of weird colors, you know. And then in person, you look at it, you think, oh, that's nasty. I mean, and I wanted him to look like he had crawled out from underneath a rock, so I put all the moss all over him, and it was just sort of an evolution, you know. And Michael didn't want to have his normal nose. He said, well, can I have a broken nose? I think we don't have a budget for this, you know. As it was, we were making our own bald caps.
Oh.
And my assistant, Steve Laporte, made his teeth for him because he made them at home. And I said, Steve, do you have any broken noses from some other movie you've done? He goes, no, but he says, I have some swollen lips. And I went, okay. So we just took these swollen lips that he has, we glued one on this side and one on that side, and gave him a broken nose.
Oh, wow, that's hilarious.
And that's what we used for the whole movie, was the swollen lips on his nose.
Oh, wow. One other thing also real quickly with your relationship with Johnny is, of course, I can imagine that you would have watched, Lily Rose growing up.
Yes, I remember when she was a baby.
Absolutely. So how has it been for you as, watching your Johnny Depp's little one come into this world, and most recently, of course, joining the vampire genre?
Yes, she's an amazing little actress. She's phenomenal. I mean, she is her father's child.
Yeah,
of course.
And she had a beautiful mother who was very talented as well, so There you go.
Absolutely. And one more thing, of course, Devil, that I feel we can't let V continue on without us discussing real quick is, how did it feel for you having your work 3 times acknowledged on the biggest, stage of them all?
Well, it was wild. The first time was really scary because I thought for sure Rick Baker was going to win for Coming to America.
Coming to America. That was the same year as Beetlejuice?
Yes. And of course he should have won an Oscar for that. It was amazing. But he had already won like 5 at that point. I think they got tired of giving them to him every year. I'm not sure. But Beetlejuice was such a departure from anything that anybody had ever seen.
Yeah.
And, it's funny. I knew we won because Robert Downey Jr. and oh my gosh, the actress, they did a TV show together. Blonde actress. I'm so embarrassed. Anyway, gave us our award. She could not pronounce Sybil Shepherd. Sybil could not pronounce my name, and I knew immediately because Robert grabbed it out of her hand. I knew immediately that we won because she didn't know how to say my name. Because the other guys were easy, but V is a weird name.
Yeah, it's spelled like a letter.
And she hadn't said it to begin with. He had named the name, so he knew how to say it.
Oh, wow.
And I was almost out of my chair before he said it, and it was like I leaped up, and I felt like I was running up there, and I thought, God, I hope the boys are behind me, but I don't care. I'm going,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we got up there, and it's funny. There's they have a luncheon for all of the nominees ahead of time, and they say, now everybody, you're going to get up there. There's a big screen. It's going to start counting down. You'll see the numbers. This will happen and that'll happen, and yada yada yada. And don't saunter up there. You just won an Oscar. Run up there, and of course I did. And and I'm thinking, okay, so we get up there. I don't remember seeing a freaking thing. It was just white light. I have never been higher in my entire life. And I thought, holy shit. I got backstage and I said to Steve, Steve, did you see the screen? Did you see anything? He went, no, I didn't see anything. we're like little kids going, So that's how that was.
Oh, that's awesome.
I thought, if I ever get up here again, I'm going to pay attention, And we did, of course.
And you did 2 more times.
2 more times, absolutely. Well, V, thank you so much for taking some time to talk with us. It really is an honor. We really are fans and are so appreciative of your work, and we can't wait to continue watching where else you take us. So we really appreciate it.
Last summer, I just did a little vampire film with some friends of mine called The Wolf and the Lamb, so keep an eye out for it.
Oh, nice.
And it's a Western vampire movie.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
Awesome.
It takes place in the West. They never call them vampires because they don't know what they are at that point.
Right. Nope, absolutely. So Fangs and Infernos, we're going to get out of V's makeup chair, and we appreciate you guys so much. We'll be back with you guys in a little bit from here at New Jersey Horror Con. I'm Vampire, he's the Devil, but most importantly, she is Academy Award winner V. Neal. V, again, thank you so very much.
Guys, thank you very much. Babe.
Horns up,
And then,
fangs out.
After her, we were able to interview basically the man of the con. And one of the reasons I say it that way is because, in the last 3 New Jersey Horror Cons, they've started an Icon Award, which has been part of the red carpet event that we've covered each time that they've done it. And it started off with Kane Hodder. It followed up with Bill Moseley. And then the great Robert Kurtzman won the Icon Award for this year. And it's funny, you and I were wondering, looking at the lineup of celebs, who the Icon Award would be. And I was feeling like it would be V, like no questions asked, because I'm like we just said, Lost Boys, Beetlejuice, Mrs. Doubtfire, Edward Scissorhands, Pee-wee's Playhouse. Like, dude, I was like, and 3 Academy Awards. I was like, oh, that just screams slam dunk. They gave it to Robert, and again, we know Robert Kurtzman. We know who he is. When you looked up his filmography, it dwarfs everybody. That dude's thumbprint is on nearly 200 recognizable titles. And when we saw that, it was like, oh yeah, they got that right, which I thought was cool. But he was great. We really enjoyed talking to him. That was definitely had the ability to be like a hour-long interview a la, Adam Green or something like that. But we definitely kept it to where we needed to be, talk the movies that we wanted to talk about. And that was even a cool thing too, because like when Mrs. Vamp was recording us talking to Brandy, Robert's wife was doing some side recording and taking pictures of us interviewing him. And then he was also, of course, very gracious to take a photo with us with his Icon Award, which I thought was so cool.
Yeah, it was pretty cool, like you said. And it was kind of like one of those ones, too, like, okay, let's see, it's Kurtzman who's going to get the Icon Award. What out of the 9 billion movies has he done are they going to use for the image of the Icon Award? And I thought it was pretty cool that they used the Freddy, did the Freddy makeup on the New Jersey award. So I thought that was pretty cool. I'm like, hell yeah. I mean, like I said, as soon as he got added, I was like, this is cool. And even when we were talking to him in the interview, it was like, you don't really see too many of that side, behind the scenes as far as like at these cons. It typically is usually just actors. You might have some directors and stuff like that. You don't typically get too much of like the makeup or special effects guys, barring a couple of them. Tom Savini does some cons. Greg Nicotero does some cons.
Yep.
But for the most part, you really typically don't get much of these, much of these, visual effects and special effects and stuff like that. So that was really, really cool. And just being able to talk to him, because like I said, I mean, he's got his thumbprint in basically anything that was cool from like the mid 80s to like basically throughout the 90s. If it was horror related, he pretty much had his thumbprint on it, which was awesome. And then being able to talk to him about that, we're both huge Wishmaster fans.
Yes.
So not only did he do makeup for that, he also, directed that one. So it was cool being able to talk to him about directing versus, the makeup side of it. And, like I said, we're big, huge Kevin Smith fans, and he's done stuff with Kevin Smith. So it's like, yeah, he was like, probably like my second in line behind V, of who I was personally super excited to meet, obviously for on a personal level, as far as like signing stuff like that for that I wanted and stuff like that. But like in the potential of doing an interview, which it was cool. Like I said, him and his wife, we came up on Saturday and said, hey, we'd like to do an interview. He doesn't have to be right now. Do you want to do one Saturday or Sunday? They were like, just come around on Sunday and we'll see how they feel. And we went up to him. He didn't have a line. He didn't have anybody, at that time, wanting anything. So we just went up and we got it. He was like, yeah, cool, let's do this. And that was pretty cool that, you're talking to, like I said, talking to this guy that's like, has, this massive like IMDb page, you know, of all the stuff that he's done. And like I said, and then finding out, like I said, finding out that his wife and his handler, you know, was, you know, took that, we saw it on Facebook on the thing where she took the picture of you know, of us doing the podcast and stuff, and then finding out that herself is an accomplished makeup artist too. So I was like, oh man, I kind of wish I would have knew that to begin with, because I would have just been like, shit, just come in on the interview too, and we'll talk to you about, you know, that side of it. So maybe, you know, maybe in the future when if they get Kurtzman to come around, maybe this time we'll tell Kurtzman to take the photos on the other side, and we'll interview his wife.
No, absolutely, because because again, you know, when you do these big cons, you know, sometimes it can be very tricky to remember everything you want to bring from your personal collection for people to sign. And, you know, him being involved with one of the Crow movies of the Crow franchise, you know, made that the value piece for me to get signed, because also with Beverly, you know, from Saw 2, she was also in the Crow franchise as well. So that was the ability to get two people involved in that franchise added to my poster. But we love Wishmaster, and I've been fortunate enough to meet Andrew and have him sign the Wishmaster DVDs that he and Robert have been involved in together, you know, and he's going to be available to us as well later this year. So I definitely would love, you know, the opportunity later, you know, to circle back around with my already signed Wishmaster DVD, you know, that Andrew's already on, and now yours has Robert, to get mine evened up also with you, you know, of course, with Andrew in our future later this year. So that was definitely cool. But that was really awesome. I definitely love that. But yeah, I definitely they're doing these statues, the Icon Awards, right. Like they really are. And I feel we should take a moment to acknowledge that, because, you know, now we've been there for the presentation of all of them at New Jersey HorrorCon. And I love their thought behind it. The one that I thought was particularly great really was the first one with Kane. Because, of course, when you say Kane Hodder, the answer by everybody you're talking to is going to be Jason. But the fact that his Icon Award was made to look like Victor Crowley, I thought was such a great idea and a very classy move. Because while he is, yes, dominantly considered everybody's Jason, you know, maybe depending on where you grew up, I know that Ari, you know, deserves the credit and the recognition of being the first, and nobody can ever take that away from him. But of course, when it comes to dominance, kills, if we say Jason Voorhees, if we say Kane Hodder, the person we're talking to is going to answer Jason Voorhees. But there has only ever been one Victor Crowley, and that's always been Kane Hodder. So the fact they did his to look like Victor Crowley, I thought was great. And that goes also as a follow-up to the next year with Bill Moseley. Because, of course, people, you say Bill Moseley because of the popularity of the franchise. You're going to hear Devil's Rejects, House of a Thousand Corpses. Basically, you're going to hear Otis. You know, people who are really into, like, the macabre style are going to react with Luigi from Repo. But you and I love Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. And for them to make his statue look like Chop Top, I thought was brilliant. And so that leads us up to Freddy, where when the opportunity arises for them to present the Icon Award to Robert Englund, I can't see any reason why it wouldn't be Freddy, despite the fact that he's been these other great characters. Like, I loved his character in 2001 Maniacs. I loved that one. But considering that Robert has had so much real life history over 30 plus years with Robert, it seemed very cool and apropos that his Icon Award was also Freddy Krueger.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine that maybe if Robert, you know, if they did get Robert Englund at the con, maybe they might switch it up just because they have already done a Freddy one.
Right.
Or maybe they'll do they'll do like a different kind of Freddy one instead. Maybe like a you know, maybe like Freddy Goes to Hell one or something like that.
Yeah.
They'll do something like that. But yeah, that was cool and stuff like.
right, Fangs and Infernos, we're right back at you. We're going to have a little bit more fun right now as we are going to talk to this year's Icon Award winner in Robert Kurtzman right here at New Jersey HorrorCon. Again, thank you so much for rocking out with us. Thanks for spending some time, and thank you for supporting the show and supporting all of the actors and everything they do. So, of course, first, Robert, thank you so much for giving us a little bit more of your time.
Oh, thank you.
Congratulations are very much in order.
Thank you. That's very cool. It's it's a really cool sculpt. I love it.
Absolutely. So first and foremost, what got you into monster makeup, designing, and putting it all to film?
Well, grew up a horror fan, of course. Dabbled in artwork growing up, and I was always drawing monsters and barbarians and half-naked girls. So yeah, and then I just kept reading famous monsters and Fangoria as a kid, Starlog, shit like that. And I was always just interested in filmmakers, following filmmakers like John Carpenter and Spielberg, whatever, and Walter Hill, and I always wanted to be a filmmaker and get into it, but it was really the art that enabled me to break in and do, and to learn how movies were made, actually working on a set, but I was doing the makeup effects. Yeah. So, and then it segued into directing from there. But that was it. I grew up on late night horror host shows and stuff. And, as a kid, and just always gravitated toward it.
Absolutely. Sorry. Oh no problem at all. Absolutely. When you were getting into, working on, makeup and special effects and things like this, was there a specific, director that you were aiming to be like, I really want to do makeup on that person's movie? That's an ultimate goal.
It was, for me, it was John Carpenter.
I
was such a huge fan of John's that, thank you so much.
Show me a picture.
No, you'll get that no matter what. Yeah. It was John, because I was ever since Dark Star, but I saw it on Precinct 13. It was one of my favorite movies, and then I just started following his career and everything he did, and of course, The Thing was a big influence on wanting to do this stuff, and then eventually we started working with John, and our first film with him was Body Bags, the anthology for Showtime, and then we just started working with him on every show after that. We did Village of the Damned and In the Mouth of Madness and Vampires, Ghosts of Mars. So it was that was a big deal to me. I was so giddy when he came to the studio. I was the geek who had to bring out my Assault on Precinct 13 poster and stuff and get it signed and whatever. I got the Thing poster signed and all that, But anyway, that was a big deal for me. But also there was all the other filmmakers that I grew up admiring, Toby Hooper and Wes Craven, and was lucky enough to work on a bunch of movies with those guys. It was cool. So.
Awesome. And before I kick it over to Devil, one movie I wanted to touch base on that I just think is so cool is how did you come about working with Sam Raimi for Army of Darkness? Because, the Deadites, that's quite a task to create those characters.
Yeah, well, we started out, I was working for Mark Shostrom, and we did Evil Dead 2.
Yeah.
So me and Howard and Greg and Mark, we were on set doing the effects for Evil Dead 2. And then eventually, years later, Sam contacted us about doing Army of Darkness. And at that point, we had our own company now. So that's how that came about. And then we did a whole ton of stuff with Sam over the years, like Hercules and Xena and those shows in New Zealand. And then, K&B still does stuff off and on with Sam, like they did. Last one, I think, was Drag Me to Hell.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, yeah, we know Sam and Bruce and Rob Tappert, the producers of Evil Dead, since then, and so it's kind of like a family, we just did a film with Bruce, Black Friday, and Bruce kind of didn't know anybody on the film. He was offered the movie, wasn't sure he was going to do it, didn't want to play Ash again. You know, he had to change the character up, and from what I understand, he was like, "Well, who's doing the effects?" And they told him we were doing it, and he was like, "Okay." Then he signed on.
Yeah, nice.
So because he had a familiar face there,
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
it was like so. And then you know he also produced that as well. So anyway, it's like a family. I mean, it's kind of great working with people over the years. You may not work with them for a while, but then you work with them again, and it's like no time has passed. It's like you know. So anyway,
I was gonna say, yeah, with that too, people that inspired you and stuff like that, especially with the makeup side, like people like Stan Winston and stuff like that. Those guys, like, I always loved that, like when you think of some of this stuff, you look at these iconic movies that like you guys did with K&B and stuff like that. Like, do you look back and you're like, oh my God, this is like when you look back at your filmology, you're like, holy shit, I've done a lot of really like iconic films that so many people, especially in the horror genre, are like you part that your name is stamped on those.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna say right time, right place. It's the I started in '84 doing this stuff, so I kind of got the tail end of the '80s and the '90s, and those were there's so many films done then that they're considered iconic in the horror genre. So I think I was just lucky enough to get in the business when I did, and be involved with those filmmakers during that period of time. So I think it's just, I mean, it's really different. The business has changed so much today.
Yeah.
But it also, makeup effects were so kind of new at that point. The movies like American Werewolf and The Howling and stuff coming out. There's a lot of innovation being done, and I think that that made it even more special for everyone.
Yeah, for sure.
That's why people gravitate toward the movies of that era over like today's stuff, where it's like CGI.
That's why I love it. Like being it's the age that we grew up in that time period where everything was done, physical. You know what I mean? The puppeteering, now it's with CGI. Not that I'm not completely against CGI. I understand it.
Oh no, it's a great tool, and I use it as well as a filmmaker.
Yeah, but I prefer that real makeup and stuff like that. But also doing the makeup and stuff like that too. You also dabbled, into other stuff. Talk a little bit about doing the more like the directing side, like with Wishmaster.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, Wishmaster was my second film. My first film was The Demolitionist. It was this kind of low budget female RoboCop ripoff, and it was back in the day when there was a lot of video companies in the day looking for product, and it just so happened I had to take on something, and we morphed it a little bit, but the company said, yeah, we'll do it. It happened really fast, and it was actually during From Dusk Till Dawn. We were shooting From Dusk Till Dawn when I got a green light on Demolitionist.
Oh, nice.
So, and then that just rolled into Wishmaster. It took a few years after that to get Wishmaster off the ground, but it was just, I always wanted to direct, but it wasn't until I started storyboarding and shooting second unit on some of the films. Like I did second unit on Jason Goes to Hell, and that's when I knew, like, look, I can do this, and I'm doing it anyway. I'm storyboarding segments of a movie and figuring out the effects and whatever. So it was just natural progression for me. So.
Yeah, and then like with cons and stuff like this, I love the fact that they include people like yourself and V. Neil, who are more of that like behind the scenes makeup versus like the artists and stuff like that. What's your take on like coming to these cons and meeting fans and doing that, being on that side of side of the film industry?
Well, I always love it. One thing is I get to see, meet other people, not just the fans, but other filmmakers and artists and actors. But it's also a lot of times, like, I hadn't seen people in years that I've worked with, and then I get to see them again and hang out, and catch up. So that's always great. But what's really cool is seeing like how many people appreciate the work that you've done over the years, and how like the next generation of people who are starting to see these things and become fans. Like even with Wishmaster, it's like it's 20, 25 years.
Yeah.
But it seems like there's a whole new group of people that love it and come,
Oh yeah, I mean
So-
that's why I loved about I know you weren't a part of it, but I loved it with V with being part of it, like Face Off, where it was kind of like bringing that makeup artist to the forefront, and you might who knows that someone might see when your stuff and like and stuff that you do or something that they do, inspiring that next generation to kind of want to do that.
Right.
So I like stuff like that where you can kind of bump up that hey, this is what it is, and it's like, hey, who knows who you're gonna make.
Well, yeah,
something
even
about.
if a lot of filmmakers, like Kevin Smith being one of them, but
Yeah.
there's a lot of filmmakers that wanted to do makeup effects, and that was what they thought they wanted to do, and then they became filmmakers.
Yeah.
And a lot of guys like J.J. Abrams and different people, and
Yeah.
Guillermo del Toro, he was an effects guy initially.
Yeah.
But they gravitated toward what we do, but that got them interested in filmmaking in general.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
So-
And then and then a quick one too. Was there somebody like a director that you worked with who was like the biggest, fondest, best person you think you worked for throughout your industry that was like one of your favorite people to work with as a director wise?
It's Sam
Sam?
Raimi. Yeah,
Awesome.
I always enjoy working with Sam. He's a blast. Even on the big movies where he's under a lot of pressure and whatever, I still enjoyed stepping back and kind of looking over his shoulder, watching
Yeah,
what he was
yeah.
doing, And so Sam's one of my favorite people. So
Okay, awesome.
I just love working with him. Very cool.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
one more question, because we don't want to hold you too much up for your from your fans and everything. We had talked about, of course, practical special effects from back in the day, as well as CGI now that you use as well. And just what's your personal take on Nosferatu, since it's a more recent movie that really kind of hits both sides of that,
Yeah.
where of course you've got Bill very practicaled out, but then with like Lily Rose's, exorcism, as I refer to it, kind of like parts of her movie where CGI comes into effect there.
Yeah.
Like that movie kind of meets in the middle of both of
Yeah.
those worlds. And how do you look at it?
Well, that's why I think the best movies are the ones that mix the medium, really well. And I always say this, and Marcy always says this too. But like Guillermo del Toro films, they have a lot of CGI, but they always have practical, and they mix it very well.
Yeah.
And he knows exactly, what makes sense to do practically and what makes sense to do digitally.
Yeah.
So, there's certain things you just can't do. You can't have a guy in a suit without a whole wire rig that goes a mile down the street with him jumping. Yeah. So it's the same with dinosaurs. Like we thought when we saw Jurassic Park, we kind of had this tape that went out at that time. It was like somebody snuck out the test, and we all went, oh shit, we're never going to do big puppets anymore. But then you can't make a big puppet walk down the street, it's like you can do the head and whatever. And so it made sense. When it first came out, though, everybody thought CGI was the next big thing, which it was.
Yeah.
But they made everything CGI, and that's when everybody was like, "Oh man, it's like a shitty cartoon, and whatever." and unless you have the money to do it really well, sometimes it just looks like what it is, like Sci-Fi Channel shit.
Yeah.
So, excuse me, but I love it. It's a good mix. It does solve problems. It's one thing it does help out with is digital stuntmen or say bullet hits and stuff.
Yeah.
So many times those gags go wrong or cause injuries or whatever, and it's nice that you don't have to worry about it. Like I don't even know why they would have real gunfire in movies anymore.
Well, yeah, even
it's like
even like Quentin's talked about that, like in Once Upon a Time in Mexico, like him and Robert Rodriguez talking about like when they're in the embassy shooting up the embassy, all that's digitally done because you can't shoot up the real. It's a real Mexican
and
embassy.
you can't mess up the walls and it's like in Scarface they of course put squib hits all on the walls and blew everything. But they built a stage, a big set.
Yeah.
And if you're shooting in somebody's house and you have a shootout, you can't blow their walls apart. So you do it digitally. So it makes sense. Yeah. But,
No, absolutely. But Robert, thank you so much for some of your time, man. We really appreciate you making time for us.
Awesome.
Again, congratulations so much. Fangs and Infernos, we love you guys so much. We'll be back with another fun one soon. And thank you so much for supporting the artists and everything that they're doing. I'm Vampire, he's Devil, she's Mrs. Vamp standing over there, but more importantly, he is Robert Kurtzman. Horns up.
Thank you.
Fangs out.
know, moving on to more interviews. Another one that I was, was kind of like Brandy, where it was on our radar of somebody that we would like to have interviewed, but necessarily it wasn't like, one that we were like, okay, yeah, but like was super like blew us away at how cool this person was we got to talk to, which was one of the big reunions at New Jersey HorrorCon, which was Halloween Town, because they had they had three of the actors and actresses from Halloween Town. But we got to talk to Robin Thomas, from us being us being a huge fan of Summer School. I mean, he was just super cool, man. I just love the fact that he was plugging the Halloween Town. He brought out the Spectre and was going into it.
Dude, you get the high five award for that, dude. That interview was so fun.
Yeah, he got he got into character and was like screaming stuff at the camera. Like, it was just like overall, we he talked about his days at summer school and whether or not he's really the asshole in the movie, or is it Mark Hamill's character. And then we talk about him being on Who's the Boss, and he basically accosted you. And
yeah. It was so awesome, Devil. Like I said, man, you get the high five award for that one, because like I'm familiar with Halloween Town mostly because my love of Hocus Pocus and my love of Salem. But I haven't seen those movies in so long that I basically felt like I hadn't really seen them very much, like, at all. But I was like, but I knew the characters, and I knew the talisman and him playing the mayor of the town. So like, I knew that being involved in that interview would be fine. I knew that was an interview that we could do, because we would be able to talk about Halloween Town and we wouldn't have any issues there, because there was also so much cool stuff about his character we got to talk about, especially with, it's one thing when we're talking about Summer School, where it's like, talk about portraying this character. Are you the villain, or are you maybe not the villain? Maybe you were pushed that way. But where you've got him as the mayor in Halloween Town, where not only is he, of course, the regular character as the mayor, he also doubles as the villain, but also prosthetics are involved. And I thought that was a super cool thing to talk about, where it was like, sometimes actors and actresses are very, they're very open about how they love portraying certain characters, but despise the fact that they have to be in like a makeup chair for 4 hours, And I thought that was actually really cool to talk to him about, where he was like, no, man, honestly, I'm cool with it. Like, I was so involved in the character, and I really loved, being that witchy kind of character, demonic character that, so he was like, it really didn't bother me. It was just fun. But that was really cool. But yeah, when we were talking about Who's the Boss, and he's talking about like, when he like, put his arm around my shoulder and like pulled me in real close, because he was basically recreating the way he brought in Tony Danza when he was auditioning. Yeah. And people were all like, oh, he touched Tony Danza. But Tony was like, what's up, dude? And he was like so super cool with it. And I love the fact that the same suit kept getting him roles. He had like the same Armani suit that he kept wearing to like all these different auditions, and he kept landing the roles every time he wore the Armani suit.
Yeah. Like I said, that one was just a, like I said, like the Brandy one. It was just like not that we didn't think that he would be a good, that it would be a bad interview. It was just more of like, oh my God, like, I'm so glad that we decided to, because, when you're there, especially at New Jersey HorrorCon, you only have, X amount of time, and you're trying to do it, especially, I mean, at least as far as I would say for us, I'm not saying everybody mostly does it, but us, we try to be somewhat professional too. So we're not going to somebody say, hey, do you want to do an interview? And they'd be like, yeah, sure. And they have like 30, 40 people waiting behind us that are waiting for, so we try to like, gauge our battles of like who we want to go to and stuff like that. And there was a couple that we didn't get a chance to. Like, we talked to Roger Bart from, who was in Hostel, and we were possibly going to do one, but just everything, when we were available, he wasn't available. When he was available, we weren't available. And that's kind of like how it is with these ones. You kind of go with the flow of like, okay, you want to try to do these ones, you want to try to do those ones. And like, like I said with Robin, it was just like a lot cooler of an interview than I was expecting it to be. Like I said, I figured he was going to be a cool guy anyway, but it was like even better. I'm like kind of glad that we were that it worked out good and we were able to get that interview with him, because it was like the Brandy one. It was such a surprise.
All right, what's up there, Fangs and Infernos? We are coming right back at you. Hope you've been having as much fun as we've been having right now at New Jersey HorrorCon. We're going to take a little trip to Halloween Town and maybe even get stuck in a little bit of summer detentions that we just might have to deal with if that's what the Vice President says we have to do. But we'll cover those topics when we get to them. Of course, I'm Vampire, he's Devil, but more importantly, Robin Thomas.
Hey, guys.
Hey, thank you so much for a little bit of your time. It's an absolute pleasure.
My pleasure.
Absolutely. So it is New Jersey HorrorCon, of course.
Yes,
and
it is.
So there's always a little bit of spooks and creeps and spectacular. So let's
look around. Just look around.
Just looking around. So let's start off with Halloween Town. There was quite a lot of darkness, but power with the wands and a little bit of possession as well.
Oh well, you always have to have a little possession. Where is that thing?
There he is.
There we are. Don't mess with the talisman.
So, of course, first and foremost, this movie is very much loved by many. Especially, I found that a lot of the fans, like myself, that also grew up on Hocus Pocus as well, because it has a bit of that, similarities to it. Yeah. So, first and foremost, Robin, how do you look back at that movie, and what are some of your fondest memories of it?
Well, first of all, I'm amazed after 26 years. 26 years is really astounding. That it brings a lot of pleasure and joy to so many people and generations. I mean, parents or grandparents and parents, and then their kids, and it's just astounding. And one of the cool things is, I had to dress up, and they made a mask of me and a whole body cast from my arms, my hands, my chest, my head, and that was very, very cool. I never had the opportunity to have, play a character that was where I played in a mask, and you can really just play and go kind of nuts a little bit, and I had the best time with that. Debbie Reynolds, of course, was, she was an icon. She's, Princess Leia's mom, of course.
Yeah.
So that was a lot of fun to work with her. And Kimberly Brown, who's sitting right over there, played this little kid, So it was just a lot of fun. I just got to dress up in capes and robes and play a bad monster guy and a magician. I was the mayor of the town. I was the mayor of the town. So what's better than that? I got to transform myself from a fun kind of cool guy to
But also one of the cool things about, you doing an event like this and a con like this, where of course, you're representing yourself and your own filmography, but they also have a Halloween Town reunion. You've got your colleagues with you.
Yes,
so
amazing.
Like you said, after 26 years, even that's got to be very cool as well.
That was very cool. And the first time that I have met my son over there, Daniel, and that was pretty cool. It's actually, I think in October, we're all going to be at another con in where is it? Oklahoma.
Oh,
Oklahoma, where there'll be the three of us will be there. The four of us will be there, along with Judith Hogue. We all know Judith, right?
Yep.
So that's going to be a lot of fun. This is actually my third con.
Oh, wow.
I just started doing this. The first one was was the Washington State Horror Con near Seattle, and then I did one in Hollywood, and now this is my third one. So this is a whole area that's kind of new to me, and I kind of like it. It's an opportunity to meet the fans, which I really like. I really, really do like that because there's a lot of appreciation from their part and actually from my part, because without the fans, there's no reason to do what I do.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And one other quick thing with Halloween Town before I kick it over to Devil to take it away for a moment is one of the things we were talking about, the prosthetics and acting with them on. And it's, obviously it varies from, actor to actress to actor to actress when it comes to what they like or dislike about wearing prosthetics, because of course it can be very taxing depending on the role that you're playing. But how was it for you when you were all made up? Like, was it easy for you? Were you comfortable, or were there times where it was kind of like, oh man, this is just so weird?
Well, it was really hot in Portland when we were in St. Helens when we were doing it, so that was a little challenging. But like I said, it was really fun to be in this mask and this. I mean, look at this costume. Can you see this costume? Look at that thing. I mean, that's pretty amazing, right?
Yeah.
With just fans and just blowing. Yes. Exactly, right?
Oh.
That's it. That's the guy.
That's a face a mother can love.
That's the guy. With fans blowing at me. Although the funniest thing that happened was one time I was in the theater. For all of those who saw Halloween Town, remember the time that Calabar, the monster guy, was in the movie theater and he froze everybody. Well, I was on this grate, this big, huge steel grate, and there were fans blowing my capes all over the place. And I had these yellow contacts that the producers had put in my eyes, because I had these yellow eyes. And all of a sudden, the contacts went boom, and they flew out and they landed down in the bottom of the grate, down on the floor, the dusty floor, and they turned the fan off. And of course, the show must go on.
Yep.
Yeah.
So they found the contacts. Amazing. They found the contacts, but nobody had any cleaner.
Oh no.
So I just had to go stick them back in my eyes. And
Oh man.
we went on. And luckily, I survived.
Yeah.
Yes.
Didn't get any kind of eye infection or anything like that, so it was okay. But I like doing that kind of work. It's just a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Awesome, man. Let's get a little devilish.
Yeah, like you were saying, with the fact that you're, this is your third con doing that, you like that. How do you think you like it when people come up to you? Because people don't realize that that you play a lot of bad guys. You play a lot of guys that aren't the nicest people in the world, and then you find out that like the people who are like the meanest on screens tend to be the nicest people that when you meet them in person.
Oh, that's very kind.
So it's like how do you have to like approach people, when you're trying to go into it, you're approaching like, hey, I'm not really, this mean old guy. I'm not going to try to hurt you or kill you. I'm not really that mean of a guy.
I mean, hey, I'm just myself. I just be myself, and I think, I don't know. I don't think people are really afraid of me. I certainly hope not. But, no, I think, hey, I don't know. We did a little Q&A a couple hours ago, and I just have fun, man. I just have fun. I like to do this, and I enjoy, like I said, meeting the people, and I like to crack jokes, and just be who I am.
So what you're trying to tell everybody is you're not the asshole like you were in summer school.
Hey, I was a dickhead. Pardon my French, but that's who I was in summer school. I was a guy that everybody loved to hate, but I mean, you have to kind of love the character as an actor. Kind of like the character in order to bring some kind of humanity to it, so that people will watch and not say, "That guy's a friggin' jerk," and turn away from the film. You don't want people to do that, right? You want people to be engaged. So I don't know. I guess I just have a knack for being a jerk, I guess. I don't know.
But in your defense there, my friend, Mark was kind of encroaching on your territory with Kirsty, wasn't he?
He certainly was. And he was the real jerk. I mean,
he was the bad guy. Just because his girlfriend went on vacation without him.
Yeah, he really slipped a bad one on me there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, how was it? With people being iconic. People love the Saw franchise. Shawnee Smith was in that, and she was in Summer School being pregnant. So how was it working with like icons like her and working with like Kirsten Alley?
I hated every second of it. I just hated it. I mean, I had to kiss Kirstie Alley. Oh my God! Oh my God!
You poor guy.
Oh man! And I was this young guy, and somebody's got to do it.
You had to deal with all those crazy antics of Chainsaw and all those guys pretending like they were dying, you know, double prosthetic makeup and scaring the
right up my alley, man. Right up,
substitute teacher coming
right
in.
up my alley. Yeah, there's Phil Gills. There he is, and everybody's like tongues hanging out and the hands crawling on the desk, and you know, and just the chainsaws, and just everybody's ready to just blood gushing and right up my alley.
I love that too. How was that doing that scene, filming that scene in that part? Because it's such an iconic part of summer school when you walk in and everybody's like all bloodied and gory.
But you don't know it's going to be an iconic scene. It's just a scene.
Yeah.
I'm not ready for high school.
Oh man, when I got that part, I auditioned with Carl Reiner, who was the director, who's an icon. He's just an amazing guy, amazing comic, and an amazing director, and a sweet man. And the audition was with Mark Harmon and me, and I had to actually sit on the couch in this little bungalow that was at Paramount, and Carl was there, and he said, "Well, Robin, I want you to read with Mark." And I didn't know that Harmon was going to be there, and so I read with Mark, and I was dressed up in the only suit that I had, which was a beautiful Armani suit. I had saved up, and I got an Armani suit. I wore my Armani suit, the only suit I had. Walked in, and I'm doing my thing, and Carl says, "Well, that was really great, Robin. That's you're the guy." And that never happens.
Yeah,
never happens. And I said, what? And he said, yeah, fantastic. What? Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks for showing up. And I walked out and I said, what just happened? I read with Mark Harmon. It was really easy. Carl Reiner was there. He's telling me when I have the part. This never happens. Was this a joke? I thought that maybe they were just screwing around with me, but not the case. I actually got the part, and 26 years later, it's become a classic, and people still recognize me from it, remember the movie, and I did a show with Mark's wife, Pam Dauber, called My Sister Sam. So I became friends with Mark and Pam, over the years, and it was, it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool.
So it all worked out with Mark trying to steal your woman in the long run.
And it's also got to feel so great as well. Now doing the con circuit where you get fans like the young man before we started speaking, who is just so kind about how much summer school meant to him growing up.
Amazing, and it's just touching to me. It's really it's humbling for me, and I'm I don't know that I really truthfully have the words to describe the feelings that I get when I meet people and they're so genuinely fans of what I did, the movies that I did. It's really something.
Absolutely, for sure.
It's pretty amazing.
And one of the things that I think is super cool is you did Who's the Boss?
Yes.
Just more iconic, as more iconic, and this from the TV as opposed to like film.
Yeah.
And what do you remember about being on set for something like Who's the Boss?
So Who's the Boss was one of the first things I did when I came out to California. It was so was summer school, but interesting enough, I went to acting school with Judith Light. Went to Carnegie Mellon University in Pittsburgh, and so I knew Judith, and I guess I think I had one audition before I went to what's called the producers session, which is where all the producers are there. It's a room full of maybe 15 people, and at this audition, the last audition was Judith and also Tony Danza. I didn't know that they were going to be there. And again, I go to this audition in my only suit, my Armani suit, and there were about 6 guys in the waiting room, and they were all sort of tall and sort of California blonde kind of guys, and they were dressed in like almost the same, in blue blazers and kind of khaki pants. And here I am, me in Armani, and I'm going, okay, this is great, I love it. So they go in, and I go in and I do my scene with Judith. And first of all, it's a little intimidating. There are like 15 people sitting there looking at you, and yeah, show us. So I did it with Judith, and it was good. I felt good about it. And then Tony gets up, and Tony takes the center of the room, and it's my audition, right? So, but he takes the center stage, right? So he takes the center, and I go up to him and I go, so what do you think, man? I open up this thing that has a diamond ring that I'm supposed to give to Judith, and I have my hand over the shoulder like this. What do you think? And I could hear the room go, oh, he touched Tony. Oh my God, he touched Tony. He touched Tony. And I'm going like this, and I pat him on the back. And Danza loved it. Danza loved it. And so I got the part.
I think there's some luck in that Armani suit.
I think so, yeah.
Was this guy in the inner pocket maybe?
Yeah, it must have been. It must have been, yeah. Yes, the talisman is always there. Yes.
Always there.
Always there.
So, Robin, can you tell us anything about what you've got going on currently in 2025 that you're allowed to announce?
Well, I can tell you that I'm working on a play in LA, and I don't like to really talk a lot about stuff when I'm doing it because it kind of takes the energy out of it, but it's a really sort of strange, interesting play where I have to go into some pretty dark places. It's a drama with some comedic stuff in it, but mostly a drama. So I'm looking forward to getting to work on that. We just started. So this weekend is sort of a break for me, and then I go back. And movies, I mean, there's stuff, but nothing in the can yet, and nothing on paper yet. But I'm auditioning, so there it is.
Right on, absolutely. Devil, anything final from yourself there, my friend?
No, I was just gonna say, awesome talking to you and
Thanks,
stuff like
Devil.
that. Stuff like that with it. Do you, with the, going into the acting and stuff like that, was there always, when you were younger, were there any horror movies or actors that kind of inspired you to want to become an actor?
Wow, that's a great question. When I was a kid, I was a science nerd, and I didn't really I got into acting in my 11th and 12th year in high school, and then I went to college. I didn't really have any sort of role models other than Marlon Brando, and I mean I admired Brando, I admired Dustin Hoffman and all those guys, Pacino and De Niro and all the New York
wise guys,
the New York wise guys, and great actors, and I mean those guys were they were really terrific, and I also liked Cary Grant, and who was really fantastic with light comedy, and just he was some of the old guys like Paul Muni. It's going way back, but I never thought that I'd be an actor. I always thought that I'd go into science, but I sort of fell into acting, went to school to be an actor, changed my junior year in college from acting to art, acting to psychology and then art, and I graduated with a degree in sculpture, went to New York to sculpt. I used to make these machines, kinetic machines, pumps and motors in the air and oil and bubbling, big things, small things. Had them in Tiffany's windows, had them in, sold them, and was in the Huntsman Museum of Art for art and technology thing. And I did that for years, had a construction company eventually, and renovated one of John Lennon's apartments in the Dakota. And then I had sort of something happen to my eye. I couldn't really do stuff. And I sort of fell back into acting, or made a decision to try to do commercials. And then I took some classes. and then I got a soap opera, and then I got another soap opera, and then I got married and had a kid, and then the rest went to L.A. and the rest is history.
That's awesome. Well, Robin, thank you so much. We really appreciate you. Thanks in Infernos. We love you guys. We really appreciate you guys. Thanks for hanging out. We'll be back with you in a little bit. I'm Vampire. He is the devil, but more importantly, he is the talisman. This is Robin Thomas. Horns up, fangs out.
But then, there was another interview that we were, looking into, mainly because, a lot of New Jersey HorrorCon brings in a lot of like independent directors and a lot, because also it's a films festival too. So, you know what I mean? So they bring in a lot of independent directors, and one of the independent directors they brought in, we automatically were like, maybe not completely familiar with his, the movies that he's made, but we were familiar with the movie that they were playing at the con, and we were familiar with that movie in general, mainly because it was Shelley Duvall, who a lot of us are big, huge horror fans, with The Shining, her playing Olive Oil and Popeye and stuff like that.
Right.
So, we got to talk to Scott Goldberg and then Chico from the from the movie, and talk to them about their Forest Hills movie, which, they can rightfully say, and they have it on their little banner that, it's Shelley Duvall's final movie. So they were able to, she was excited about, when we talked to him about it, she was excited about coming back into doing acting again, and was, wanted, kind of was sort of getting that acting bug again. And it was really cool to talk to them about their, not only talk to them about their movie, because obviously we want to, plug their movie and do all that stuff like that, but be able to talk to them as far as like the personal and emotional side of being able to work with such an icon, and then, somebody who, unfortunately passed away.
No, absolutely. That was a really, really cool interview to do. And I mean, they were so sweet when we went up there originally, because like we knew that the movie was going to be there. It's currently out on streaming services. So the movie's done and released. And when we went by the table and saw that they had physical copies, I was like, man, we need a copy of that. We have to get a physical copy of that. And the thing that was super cool, and it was simply the luck of us going to the table to get a copy of that, was we were able to buy a copy when most everybody was already there at the table. And then because Chico, their star of the movie, was coming in the next day. So we were able to get, the director and like, all the executive producers and stuff right at that moment. And then when we did the interview, Chico signed it for us. You and I have a con planned for later this year that's got everybody's mom, in Dee Wallace, which we can now add to that as well, which is just super duper cool. But I really enjoyed that interview. Man, I got to tell you, people think that you and I can go when it comes to talking. Dude, Chico can go, man. There was a moment at one point where I was just like, I was kind of waiting for like Scott to like elbow me in the ribs to just be like, bro, you can jump in and get him to stop if you need to. But everything he was saying was so cool, and it was worth listening. And it was like just so fun. And like, it was really cool talking about that, talking about, how they got Edward Furlong, where it was actually a lot of back and forth at the time, where they really weren't sure if it was going to work out, because like they originally couldn't, meet up on a price. And then it was like, well, maybe it's just going to be more of a voiceover. Maybe it's just going to be a mini cameo. But then they were able to agree on whatever it was that they felt was necessary for his time. And he played Chico's best friend in that movie. And it's so cool. And I'm, really excited to actually sit down and watch the movie officially. I haven't actually had a chance to sit down and watch it quite yet, but I'm definitely looking forward to doing that either, later today or just in the upcoming days. Cause I think that's going to be really, really cool. And I also loved Scott's transparency about why they do movies, and understanding that people are going to love it. Other people aren't going to like it, but it's simply about getting the movie out there, showing the respect to the people that are in the movie that are either still with us, or in this case with Shelley, not with us. but simply getting it out there and understanding that not every movie is going to be everybody's cup of tea. And I love the way that Scott looks at that kind of stuff. And he's like, hey, I can appreciate that not everybody's going to rave about this movie, but it's my passion project. I care about this movie and I want people to know about it. And that's all I can ask for. And I'm like, you know what? That is all you can ask for, because it's no different with our show. You know, we love every single Fang and Inferno that follows and shares and loves what we do as we continue to grow. And we understand that I'm sure plenty of people have seen our posts about, hey, this new episode is out or that new episode is out. And they're probably like, that's nice, but it's all right, you know, because that's what it's about, you know, and, you know, these are your passion projects. And it was a super, super cool opportunity. And I love talking to them.
Welcome back to Fangs and Infernos. It is day 2. We're here back at New Jersey HorrorCon. We're going to have a lot more fun. Thank you for everybody who checked out everything we did for day 1, but it's day 2, and we're going to continue it on. So we're going to get into it a little bit. We're going to talk about some movies, some independent films, and one of our beloved. So we're hanging out right now with Scott Goldberg. We're hanging out with Chico, the star of the film, and we're going to talk a little bit about The Forest Hills. First and foremost, Scott, Chico, thank you so much for a little bit of your time. Welcome to the Vampire and Devil podcast, and talk a little bit about how The Forest Hills got started.
Sure. So I know Chico for about 20 years. You know, we worked on like an independent project where I was doing in college, like a short film where I needed a zombie victim, and he poured blood on himself. First time I ever worked on him, gallon of blood, scratching up his skin to make it look like he was mauled by a zombie. And then all of a sudden, I saw a spark in his eyes and what he could do, and it gave me a spark in my eyes. Like, holy shit, this guy's great. Never knew him before that. He just responded to a Craigslist ad, and then 20 years later, we kind of just put together another project, which was the Forest Hills, and I had him in mind as far as the character of Rico. So yeah,
that's awesome, man, for sure. Talk a little bit about like what it is about like the Forest Hills for you. Like, how did it come about? What was it about the story? How did it hit you? What were you thinking about it?
Sure. So I knew Chico having kind of like the talent he has and utilizing what I knew he could do, because he worked on like a bunch of short films and stuff where he played like emotional characters, crazy characters. So I knew that he can dig deep and get to a place where this character needed to be. So the character of Rico is kind of like a guy who descends into madness and has a lot of trauma. Not only head trauma, but trauma with his relationship with his mom, played by Shelley Duvall. And yeah, he just Chico was able just to kind of get into that mode every time. And there's some times too, like where we're in a rush and stuff, and it's an indie film, guerrilla filmmaking, and I'm like interrupting him, and it's like he's so in the moment that it's so interesting seeing his craft as well. Even though working for 20 years, we still still things like that we're still learning about each other. So in that moment, I realized he needs a couple seconds because he's gotten so deep into that character. Give him a couple seconds, and then then take a little break, not break as far as it cut. But like as far as like a little breather for a couple seconds, he gets back into it because he's not Rico at that point. He talks about that too. He's not Chico anymore. He's Rico. Yes. So he goes so deep into the character, and that's what you want as like a director, is someone who will go those extra lengths to do that.
Absolutely, for sure. Devil?
Awesome. Yeah. So obviously you're talking about it with Shelley being your mom. First of all, how was it to work with such an iconic actress? I mean, everybody loves Shelley Duvall, R.I.P. with her, but how was it to work with her and being able to do scenes with her and stuff like that? How was that?
It was I want to say, for the most part, it was surreal. I couldn't believe where we were and that we were in the same area where she was. But then again, the other side, I said she's a human being, she's a person, and I approached her just like that. Just like I said, she works on her craft. She's super talented. She's done so much. She has worked with so many people that have skilled and have these gifts. Yeah. And for me to be in that room, I said, well, it takes a while, but here we are now, and we're still human beings. And you have a bag of tools. I found these tools along the way, and I'm here now. let's mix them all up and see what we can do in that person that way.
Yeah.
So that's why we were able to sit down, chit chat, tell each other jokes. She told me stories about Hollywood and directors and the projects she worked on, and she's while she was smoking too, and she started humming and singing all these beautiful songs, and led me to wind up singing to her later with the guitar, and then we hit it off like that. And then she wound up singing with me, and I was teaching her, okay, do the backup a little higher. She's like, and I was like, okay, now I'm doing the harmony.
Yeah.
And we were just like two little kids, just making a film, And then when he calls action, boom, she's my mom, and I'm the pissed off son.
Yeah.
But first, it was a human, social, just personal. Let's not talk about film. Let's not talk about the scenes. Let's not put away this script. Let's connect as humans.
Yeah, exactly.
You're my mom and this and that. I helped her out. He wanted. I'm part method. I love. They say that method is just the way of somebody's preparation for a role as an actor, as a performer. But we all know that quote unquote the significance it's been given is that you run off and prepare for that specific role, and whether it's physical, emotional, psychological, whatever it is. So we were kind of sort of both like that. So he, with an attempt to make me prepare, and he knows that I'm partly method, he would say, you are good with her physically, like help her out, as a son would.
Yeah.
Help her up off a wheelchair into the bed, and I used all of that, but also as a human being, as a caring human being.
Yeah, exactly.
And Rico, the character, is a crazy. His psyche is he's pissed off at the world because he can't cure what's in his head. He can't fix it.
Yeah.
And there's a scene where he actually says, "I need help. Give me help. I need help. I'm not well. I'm not." He's like, I'm not good. I'm broken. Fix me. Help me. Fix me.
Yeah.
Help me. Fix me. And then I could fix everybody else. Help. So he knew that, and he threw me at her like, be a son and help your mother. That type of thing.
Yeah.
And I used that, and it was awesome. And that's how we really connected.
Yeah.
That's how some of the scenes were very, very dramatic internally.
Yeah.
For us, both of us. When I got angry at her, at one point she started tearing because I was just staring at her. And I started tearing, and then she started tearing. And we were both like,
yeah.
And that was the connection we needed for the mother and son team there on the Forest Hills.
Yeah, I was gonna say, when you were talking about like that method actors and people who are, do you prefer to be like, as far as being that more of a method actor that kind of stays in character throughout a film, or do you like to kind of only be that character and then as soon as it hits cut, you're back to your normal self?
Well, yeah. That's the professional. That's a professional technique. Is the minute he says cut, in the industry, you normally cut. Your work is done.
Yeah.
I mean, I worked with a director once that he was quoted saying something, and I don't know if it was a newspaper. He said working with me was like turning on a light switch, on and on. But I learned to do that because of my theater background.
Okay, yeah.
I have a very long theater background. I just didn't know that film existed until the early mid-2000s. I found film then. I'm like, oh, this is film. This is film acting for film. Because I'm all theater, and in theater it's all live.
Well, yeah.
And it's all, and there are no second takes. There's nothing there, and that's where the impromptu comes in. That's where the improvisation. Anything happens, you have to continue. The lights are on, and there's 100 people watching. And then you have to make something out of nothing. If there's a flub, if there's no line, you got to create, so whip it out of your, you know what. And I brought that to the film set. I worked behind the scenes a lot too. So I was just standing there, we build the stages, we run the wires, and running around making a film. And I learned the process of being back here as well. So while I'm on stage, it's like I know that once we're done here, when he says cut, I have to cut. We have to get off the stage. They have to remove the rug. They have to bring in for the next scene. And when it's 2:00, the sun's going down, and it's a profession.
Yeah.
But you don't have any of that.
Yeah, on the
Like I was
stage,
growing
yeah.
up, it's basically just we're gonna perform on the rock by a river, eat your sandwich. It's gonna be live, no instruments, no electricity, no nothing until the sun goes down. And still we could continue to perform. Nobody's stopping us. But when you have all of this and hundreds of people involved with a lot of money involved, then that's where the technique comes in. So I have, by the grace of God, I have the honor and the privilege of having those tools and mixing them up. So
Yeah.
with that said, there is no method all the time.
Yeah.
That's a tool, you know, and it really depends. The character, the role, the project, where we are, the budget, who you're working with. Because sometimes you can work with a director and there's like, okay, before he calls action, there's 1,000 words said.
Yeah.
And you can work with another actor, another director, where all he has to do is 3 words, dot, 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 and that's all you need. Really, everybody's different. Man.
Yeah,
It really
yeah,
depends.
exactly.
And then the chemistry, where you are, the atmosphere, and who's working, and like ants, like who's, you know, we all know the whole Christian Bale
Well, yeah.
thing when that one PA screwed up and all hell broke loose.
Yeah.
So anything like that can happen. Then again, he could have been the one to fix a major problem where everything goes smooth.
Well, yeah.
So method could be used here and there, but not necessarily here because I do comedy too and I sing. You know, he's had me sing like off key on purpose. He had me play the piano. I was playing the piano all screwed up on purpose. And I play a little bit, but in my head I was like doing it right. But that's the character.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
he made me do that.
Well, that's what I always love about method actors, because one of the funny stories I've ever heard was with Lance Henriksen when they made Near Dark. He was still in his full vampire gear and was driving really fast, and a cop pulled him over, and he still played it as that character. Where Bill was like, no, man, he's just messing, because they were gonna get like arrested, like the cop was getting ready to pull a gun, and he was just like, I'll eat you, I want to taste your blood. And he was like, no, he's just playing, just playing. Like, hey man, I know you're a method actor, but come on, you're gonna get us in trouble.
Yeah, speaking of, remember that one time when we shot the night they came back,
Right.
That was the movie where I did my own makeup
Yes.
as a zombie.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And I had to leave. We were done. I had to leave, and I drove off. I forgot I had makeup on. And I remember going up and down like the Grand Central, over the bridge. I went through the teller, and at that time, you pay. When I paid, and they gave me the receipt, and I drove off, the teller was staring at me like this. And I drove off, and she was just like, I didn't realize. I was like, oh God, I hope I'm not getting a ticket. I hope my license plate didn't fall off, and I hope I didn't have my headlight out. My seatbelt. Oh yeah, okay. I got home. I saw myself in the mirror. I'm like, oh God.
That's what she was looking at.
Saw a zombie driving off, but they don't say anything either. It's like, hey, you back from the dead. It's like you owe me from 35,000 years ago. Remember? So yeah. That's the only part where method meets comedy.
Yeah.
And I didn't know I was doing it, but I wasn't crossing the toll booth like this either.
Well, yeah,
I was myself. I just forgot I had makeup. As I said, when he calls cut, it's the end of the day. We're done. Gotta go because anything could happen on the way home, like get arrested.
Yeah, exactly.
So there's a time. If I'm still on set and we're still going to shoot another scene, I'd like to stay in the zone.
Yeah.
Not necessarily as the character trash and shit, because then there's the liability insurance.
Well,
you gotta learn about all of this stuff, and then run off into a little corner, be quiet, or in a room, or have a minute to regroup before action again.
For
Like
sure.
that's separated. I like to separate it so that it's not like all the time just one thing.
Yeah.
Scott, when it comes to that as well, of course, when it comes to Shelley, everybody's very familiar with The Shining and Popeye. Those two movies alone, her character acting are absolutely amazing in that, let alone some of the traumas that, of course, are very well documented with Stanley's style. As a director, when you have somebody on your cast that you know has a certain sensitivity due to previous situations, do you ever have any, ways that you have to tweak your own directing style that doesn't compromise your vision or how you feel things need to be done, but when you know there's something you have to be cognizant about from previous actors' experiences? Like, how do you look at that without changing your style as a director?
So when the crew went down for the first 2 days, when they filmed with her, I was discussing with her, and Chico's second day was working with her on our lines, and we were all working extensively, and I didn't notice like any issues or anything. So very professional, very sweet, sharp as a tack. She still had it. She still had the dedication and wanted to do all those types of things and act. And actually meeting her and being there with her was really nice too. So the only limitations were really her physical health, with her foot and the foot infection she had, more so than anything, honestly. So, we were there to be a support to her. Dan Gilroy, her partner, was there. So he was always there every time we were filming with her and overseeing everything. So she was really sweet, and really kind and really nice to work with. So
awesome.
Yeah, she was really sweet.
I mean, with the Shelley too, how were you able to approach to get her to be a part of the movie? Like with her, obviously, going away from being in the movie industry for so long, how was your approach to get her to be in the film?
Sure. So I contacted Dan Gilroy, her partner. I found like a website where I found his number. She had, I think, so Sarah, who runs the Instagram, the Shelley Duvall XO Instagram. I saw that there was a documentary being done with her by a guy named Xavier, and it was like from 2020. I think Shelley had stopped that certain documentary. But I reached out to Sarah. I said, hey, is there any way you get me in touch with Shelley? And she's like, she didn't know who I was. I could have been anyone, I could have had whatever intentions. So she said no. And I was like, well, you know what? I really want to work with her. I did a brainstorm. She's a partner. I contacted him and I said, if she's interested, I texted him and said, if she's interested, let me know. And then he gave me her cell number. He didn't even ask anything. He said, here's her number. Texted Shelley. I said, are you interested? We're doing a film in New York. And she said, yes, I'm interested. I think it was her text. Yes, I'm interested.
Oh, nice. It's like I said before, it's almost as if she's been just waiting.
Yeah.
Waiting to just
for the right
do it
moment.
again.
Yeah.
Do it again. Like wait, just like she said it in an interview. It makes her want to do more.
Yeah.
And she just loves it. She just loves it. But life is life. And
yeah, exactly.
Sometimes it takes us away from what we love to do.
Yeah.
But we always go back to it.
Oh, for sure. And also, Scott, I wanted to ask you about working with Edward Furlong. I'm also a big fan of Edward's work. His Shane Casey character in CSI New York, I'm a super fan of that character. But I mean, obviously, American History X, Terminator 2, Detroit Rock City, there's not enough time for all of that. So how did those conversations go, and how was it directing Edward?
Yeah, it was a process because there was agent at the time, Mark, with the Industry Entertainment. I was talking to Mark Russo, his agent, and manager agent, and at the time we're kind of just going back and forth. Well, he's unavailable because the price is too low and all stuff. So it just was a conversation over a 6-month period where it was like, well, let's get as a voiceover in the beginning. We need like a voiceover in the beginning of the film. Then it became, well, we want it for one day, and then over time it just kept on persisting. And then so we kind of came to an agreement where he would come for 3 days, and there was an extra day that he came, the fourth day, later on from some added-on film shoot. But yeah, he was really nice, and just the process took a while. But yeah, he's very, very cool. Everyone loved him. A lot of people came on crew because they're a fan of Eddie as well. Some of the PAs and stuff. So just had a nice time working with Eddie, and he was really cool. We had like a trailer that was supposed to come, got canceled last minute. But obviously someone like Eddie's caliber, they need some space sometimes, whatnot. Of course, I'm not speaking for Eddie, but everyone comes up to him and says, "Oh, Eddie," and they're a fan, just like I am. But he was really cool and really chill and just like hung out with everyone, So he was really, really chill and nice to work with.
Was he somebody that you specifically wanted for the movie?
Of course, yeah. I grew up on the Terminator 2, so my mom in the theaters, 91. I was like 9 years old. I think it was like 91 it came out. I was born in 82, so I saw that, and I also had like Sour Patch Kids, popcorn, soda, and just watched the movie. And I related to him because I felt like he was like kind of someone my age, and I related.
No, I'm a huge
Brain Scan was later on, but then in college, right before I met Chico, around the time, I got a DVD of Detroit Rock City, and that's what made me fall in love with Kiss.
Yeah.
And so I've just been a fan of his from those two movies, and then Brain Scan later on. But that's kind of how I got introduced to, Edward Furlong as a 9-year-old watching him on the big screen.
Yeah, I was going to say, how was your experience with working with him?
It's like, well, he plays my best friend, so I approached him as such. First day that he walked in through the fence, I basically rehearsed the scene that we were going to do together. When I first saw him, I jumped on him and hugged him. Like, I've been waiting to see him, not meet him, see him as my friend. I haven't seen him in 20 years. I've been dying to see you, and I hugged him as my best friend.
Yeah.
So that he gets comfortable with that notion, and me too. So, man, we hit it off from day one, and we helped each other with the lines. At one point, we even put the script down and let's talk to me. Let's talk to each other. What happened with Sadie? What happened? And then get comfortable with all the dialogue. And once you knew what was happening, and he loved all of that because I don't know much about Eddie's background as far as theater, but I do know that he was a child actor.
Yeah,
He's been acting in film.
Yeah, since
at
he was
a very,
little.
very
Yeah.
early age. So I don't know where in between did he get to do maybe something live that wasn't film.
Yeah.
And we helped each other with that. He's a film professional. I love theater, and we mixed it up. I feel that we exchanged those tools.
Yeah.
It's like, here, you hold my hammer. I'm gonna grab your pliers, and then okay, take your pliers. I'm gonna take my hammer, and that made us work very, very well. I love it. Every scene. When friends grab each other, they pull their hair. It's like, come on, slap each other. Come on, man.
Yeah.
And we got that going. And I think it shows our friendship a little bit. So I approached him the first day, and he was a little bit like, but then he loosened up. Like I said, he just got off a plane, just got dropped off. He's coming onto the set. He's not waiting to meet his best friend.
Yeah.
I was.
Yeah.
And I thought I'd give him that. Just break the ice early, instead of later. It's like, come on, let's do it again. Let's do it again.
Yeah,
that's in theater. It's only one shot.
Well, yeah, exactly, and that's the cool thing about I like this movie. When you think about the thing, you talk about the iconic with Shelley, the iconic with Freddie Furlong. You have another iconic actress, which is America's Mom, Dee Wallace. I mean, come on, and she was like everyone's mother as growing up. E.T., Cujo, always that love. I mean, she had that other side, like in The Howling and all that stuff, but she was, for intent purposes, everyone's mother who was a kid in the 80s.
Critters, dude.
Yeah, Critters. Like I showed her my Critters tattoo, and she screamed and yelled so loud that the whole con thought I was killing her. So I'm the greatest person in the world. How was it like working? Because she's such a sweetheart in real life too. How was it like working with her?
Yes. Oh, speaking of sweetheart, she plays my boss in the movie, and you've seen the movie already, right? So you know that she winds up dead, right?
Yeah.
That one peeve that she had against me, not against me, but she brought to us. She said that a lot of her fans were messaging her on were posting online that they were pissed off at Rico, and I was like, why? It's like, and their opinion is you don't kill Dee, and that's what she gave me, and I was like, okay, that's funny, but
yeah.
Spoiler alert, Fangs and Infernos.
Yeah. For anybody out there that hasn't seen it, skip that part.
No, you don't kill Dee. That's why they kill her.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
That's why, and that's what we.
That's true. Yeah, that's
he went back and rewrote.
He went back.
We're not gonna whack her.
Yeah. You can't kill.
Is it a dream? We don't know. See, that's the thing about the film. You don't know what's part of his reality or not.
Yeah,
so,
there you go.
Does he? Doesn't he? We'll see.
Yeah.
I saved you on that one. Or did I?
Yeah, was it real? Was it? No.
See, now we got everyone confused.
You have to watch the film.
Yep.
Well, one more thing that we wanted to ask you guys, of course, before we let you continue to meet the fans and enjoy yourself at New Jersey HorrorCon, is what would you say you want the fans to learn and look forward to about this movie? The great stellar cast comes without saying, but when it comes to putting out passion projects and independent films, of course, there's always a little bit of what you want the fans to get out of it. Yeah. How do you kind of see that, Scott?
Just enjoy the film, and if you don't enjoy it, that's fine as well. We put art out there for people to watch. And we just appreciate anyone who supports a film, anyone who doesn't support the film. Everyone has a right. When you look online, you see all the reviews. It's positive and negative, but you make movies, you're not making them for reviews. Of course, you like people to like it, but you make them because you want to, and you want to tell a story that you feel like hasn't been told before, and that's what you should do as a filmmaker and as an artist.
Oh, yeah. Because that's what I love about it too. Because like, not only can you come to cons like this and get it, but your movie is also on Tubi, which Tubi has found such a great thing for horror movies now. That's like the horror place. Soska Sisters put out a movie that was on Tubi, so it's like their horror collection is amazing now. So for fans out there that want to see the movie, go and check it out on Tubi, or go out and buy the DVD. I'm pretty sure you can go and stream it on the places. I'm sure you can find it on the website to buy it online too.
Yep. WatchTheForestHills.com. Yep. Or we'll be at whatever convention we're at this year. Pick up a Blu-ray, and that's awesome. We'll be here.
Absolutely. Well, Scott, first and foremost, thank you so much. Absolutely, Chico, thank you so much as well. Doctor, thanks in Infernos. We love you guys. We'll be back. We'll have some more conversation. But thank you so much for checking this out, and make sure that you're going out on Tubi or wherever you can watch it in person. Get a copy. The Forest Hills. Enjoy it. Check it out. Write a review and just get the word out about it. So again, on behalf of Scott Goldberg, for Chico, we really appreciate you guys. We'll be back in a little bit. I'm Vampire, he's Devil, but more importantly, they are Scott and Chico. We'll see you guys soon. Horns up, fangs out.
And it also led to our follow-up interview, which was so great, talking to Nick, who's one of the executive producers at the table right next to Forest Hills. And the thing that was also so fun about that interview was it was so similar to the interview we did with our friend Screamin' Mad D Calhoun, because not only is Nick involved in horror movies as an executive producer, as an actor, but he's a musician and an established one. So we got to have another very cool interview of, hey, how did you get involved in this movie? Let's talk about these other movies that you've been in. But dude, let's talk about your band. And that was super duper fun. And that was an interview that was suggested by Scott when we were done. He's like, dude, you guys should just walk next door and do an interview with Nick, because he's involved in this movie. He's got great stories with Shelley, and he's just got super cool things that he's involved in. And, damn it if Scott wasn't right on the nose, because that was a lot of fun as well.
Oh yeah, it was pretty cool. His band name had a cool band name. It was Demon Scar. Although he was talking about, at one point calling it Devil something. I don't remember. Devil Scratch or something like that. I was like, well, I'm gonna be a little bit impartial. I would have liked Devil Scratch a little better, but Demon Scar is still pretty cool. But yeah, it was pretty cool talking to him. You know what I mean? Like I said, especially because he has a podcast. He was talking about his podcast, and it was cool because we kind of intertwined with that. We're like, hey man, we'll get you back on get us back on the V&D podcast, and we'll obviously do yours. But I was like, he was the perfect guest for us because we do like these horror movies, but we talk about music a lot, and we both have our respectable music outlets that we do media for. So I thought it was kind of cool. It's like, you're like the perfect guest because we do both sides. We do this horror stuff with V&D, and we both do the music section too. So it's like you're perfect. So he was super super cool, telling us stories. He had his daughter with us, was really cool, and she was like, I guess, filming a little bit while he was recording while we were doing the podcast and stuff like that. And it was pretty cool that he was able to intertwine his love of music, because like he said, he did soundtrack stuff for the movie and stuff like that, but also he was showing us photos of like him doing these horror movies and these trauma stuff that he was talking about, these projects he's doing with trauma, not only for himself, but he had his daughter involved in it too. So I thought that was kind of cool that he was able to bring her into the mix too. And we talk about our love of trauma films and our love of Kaufman, Lloyd Kaufman. So I thought that was a cool interview. I'm looking forward to doing one with him later on, or even on our podcast or his, just to be able to talk a lot more and talk about music, because he had had a lot of cool, he had the regular, the typical metal, battle vest on. So like I could see some of the bands that he had on there. He had a kick-ass Body Count hat on, so I would have loved to have talked to him about Body Count, but we were trying to do our time where, like, if we get him on the podcast, we can talk to him a lot longer. So it'd be cool to talk to him. But yeah, that was definitely definitely a cool. And he was right next to the Forest Hills guys and stuff like that. So they were like, hey man, you just talk to us. Go talk to him because, like you said, not only was he, acted in it, did the music, he's executive producer, but he told us a lovely story about with Shelley, so that was cool just to hear that side of it as well too. So yeah, that was definitely a cool and fun interview that was like kind of like just got sprung on us, but we were like, hell yeah, let's do it. And like I said, it ended up being a really cool interview.
Definitely.
Hi, Fangs and Infernos. We're actually going to come right back at you because that was such a good time that we're going to extend our Forest Hills experience. So we're being joined by Nick, who's an executive producer on the movie and involved in the movie as well. So first and foremost, Nick, thank you so much for taking a little bit of time to talk about the movie.
Absolutely.
How's New Jersey Horror Con been treating you so far?
It's great. It's my first time actually like being a guest, setting up a table. It's awesome. I've been a convention goer. My first one when I was like 8 years old. So to finally have a table set up, and I'm on my way doing my stuff, It's cool promoting the film and promoting the band and doing whatever, getting to meet everyone and walking around and like being in the same room, like across from Camille Keaton and the Blair Witch Kids. It's awesome.
Absolutely, for sure. So talk a little bit about how you got involved with the Forest Hills.
So I hit up Scott. My friend Angela actually put me on his radar. Her dad was seeing Elliot for procedures, I guess. So Elliot Dresnick, who's one of the executive producers. So I hit him up just to see if they needed some type of music for the movie. And Scott hit me up immediately. He said he was looking at my Demon Scar stuff, and he said that, one of the songs, Don't Bite the Hand That Feeds, he liked that, and he liked Hand of Kings. And he was like, listen, what are you doing? This was like on a Friday. What are you doing Monday? Because we're doing reshoots with Eddie in Glen Cove. I'm like, I guess I'm coming to meet Edward Furlong and be on set. He's like, yeah, we'll put you in as an extra, and we'll use one of your songs. We have an Indiegogo campaign, so that's how I got involved, and I started believing in the script. I started reading it and seeing what he was doing, knew that Shelley was involved, so I'm like, you know what? I'd like to be more part of this. So I just started upgrading and donating into the film, and that's how I became more, my role became bigger and became an executive producer. And they used 2 songs in the movie, and they made a character for me, Arnie.
Nice. Yeah.
Devil.
Which that works out perfectly for us because not only do we do the Vampire and Devil podcast where we do horror movies, we do talk about music, but both of us are both music media people. Like we go out and shoot photographs and bands and interviews. We've been both doing that for like 15, 20 years collectively. So it's almost like me talking to you is like the best of both worlds.
Yeah.
We're talking horror movies, but we'll talk about music too. Talk a little bit about your band and what kind of sound you guys are and stuff like that, and where people can find your music.
So Demon Scar, my first metal band back in the day was Tangent. Me and my guitarist, we played metal. Basically, we played for about 2 years, went our separate ways. I had a kid. I took my time away from music for about 2 years. He was having a kid, and we were actually on a train ride to go see Iron Maiden, and had started writing new music and stuff, like words, and he had some riffs. He was like, yo, listen, I think this would go good with your lyrics. So that's when Demon Scar was born. That was in 2017, and we've already put out 3 full-length records, and just playing all over. We played the Whiskey in West Hollywood a couple of years ago, the Milwaukee Metal Fest, and it's just been a hell of a ride, and I love, I've been playing music my whole life, so like that's my outlet, and horror movies hand in hand, So
I mean, we always also have a fun segment that Devil and I will do in our respective music worlds, but also that we love to do when we're talking to musicians on this show, as a segment we like to call What's in a Name. So where did Demon Scar come from?
We were kicking around the idea of all different types of names,
Devil Scratch, and I don't know, like Demon Scar just came up through Craig. I think he came up with it. He was like, all right, it kind of fits, and we kind of made like the S capitalized. So at first, when people looked at it, they're like, Demon's Car? No, like we're Demon Scar, with the S, I guess abbreviated a little bit more. So
sure.
Yeah.
Me being the devil, I'm a little biased. I would have loved the Devil Scratch.
Devil Scratch, right?
Because at least
I think it was good go with the whiskers, Devil Scratch.
Yeah, it's like it always seems like there had to be some kind of wound involved in this project.
Absolutely. So we feel like the scar, it symbolizes something that some scars, you may not see them, and some you might see them. So the Demon Scar, the mark of the beast.
Yeah. And we were maybe not tipped off that you might have a fun story to tell about your interactions with Shelley, bringing it back to the Forest Hills.
Oh yeah, man. So Scott wanted to do another reshoot with her, and she did all her acting through her house. So we actually went to her house, and it was a ranch in Blanco, Texas. And I was always a fan of Shelley, so it was an honor to watch her give it her all and work her craft. And I brought her flowers that day. I came in, and I was like, listen, Shelley, I've been a fan since the beginning, with Popeye and The Shining and everything. And I'm like, I bought these flowers just as a token of my appreciation to work with you. And I'm like, I bet the last guy that bought you flowers was Bluto. She started laughing, and then she did a scene with Chico, and we're breaking for another take or whatever, and she looks at me, and she's like, "Am I doing okay?" And the vulnerability that she had, she's a human being, and she was giving it her all and coming back into acting. She's asking me, and I'm like, "Who the fuck am I for Shelley Duvall to be like, am I doing okay?" I'm like, "It's beautiful, Shelley. You're doing great," and it shows in the movie. It was truly a pleasure and an honor to meet her and be a part of this, and we're just trying to continue her legacy and bringing it to the fans.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because that's what we tell everybody too. We were going on vacation. We were getting ready to go. We were driving to Buffalo Bill's house because now it's been
I've been meaning to go.
And we're friends with the guy who owns it. And on our way, we heard the news that Shelley passed away, and we're like, it was such a bummer on such a beginning of starting a nice vacation.
Yeah.
Like I said, we've all been huge fans. Not only am I a huge Stanley Kubrick fan in The Shining, but like you said, the best olive oil in the entire world.
Yeah,
she was born to be olive oil.
Yeah, she really was. Even looking back with Robin Williams in the role, it's such a cool tale, and I love the cartoons back in the day.
I'm a big fan of the cartoon.
Yeah, and the town is still there. They built the set in Malta, and it's still actually standing this day.
Oh,
that's the town they made of Sweet Haven or whatever.
Yep.
If I ever get to that part of the world, I don't know, but I'd love to see that.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. And one more thing, Nick, because we really appreciate your time, and we want to allow for you to be able to meet more fans and enjoy your con experience. But what can you tell us about how the rest of 25 is shaping up for you? Is there things you're able to talk about, things you're able to announce?
Yeah, absolutely. So we just released an album, Demon Scar. It's the same old show. We just put that out. That's our full-length album. I'm also in a movie that's coming out from Troma called The Power of Positive Murder. And I have some screen time with Toxie, which, being a Troma fan, was a total honor. This is me and my daughter, Zozo. She's my right-hand woman. She's out here doing the films with me. This was in a haunted house that we do. And also, she's in Sweetmeats with me, which is another Troma movie that's right now part of a tour called Troma Hands Across Tromerica.
Oh, yeah.
And they're showing Curse of the Weredeer and Sweetmeats. And some of the classics. Toxic Avenger, the original.
Nice.
That's having its anniversary right now.
I'm a super nerd for the Toxic Avenger and Class of Nukem High.
Oh, dude, that's where it started. You know,
I go way back with Lloyd Kaufman.
Oh yeah, those are the two posters specifically for Trauma that are hanging in my house. But the DVDs are all right there on the shelves.
I mean, I remember seeing the Toxic Avenger for the first time through like the mom and pop store that I used to rent from when I was a kid.
Yeah.
So for me to be part of a citizen of Tromaville, full circle.
That's awesome.
So yeah, that's coming out right now, and that's really it. I have a podcast as well called Primal Scream with Nick Greystone. Kind of in your vein. I do like the horror. I do the music, pop culture, true crime.
Nice.
The whatever's the hot thing of the moment, you know. So
awesome.
No, absolutely, and we spoke. Thank you, dear.
There it is, right there.
We spoke about that yesterday, but we'll definitely get the info exchange
I gotta
there.
get you guys on my show. That'd be cool.
No, absolutely, and you're always welcome, Nick, to come on also for like an extended, sit down and we'll have some more fun. But
it's all about networking.
Absolutely, man. Thank you so much, man. We really appreciate it. Thank you as always, Fangs and Infernos. We'll see you in a little bit. I'm Vampire, he's Devil. More importantly, this is Nick. This is Demon Scar, and we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Later.
Horns up. Fangs out.
Let's talk a little bit about easily our most animated interview that we did. And this was so fun because not only was it awesome to add to my own personal collection, to talk about the anniversary of movies, but also to talk about a movie that had never been done with topics that it was also involved in. Let's talk a little bit about when we spoke to John Abrahams. That was amazing. So he got added, I think a little bit late in the announcement. Doesn't mean he had already been already booked, but he was just one of, I feel like, the later announcements that, New Jersey HorrorCon put out to build up for the event. And so when I saw that, I was like, that's really cool. And you know what? He was in Terrifier 3. He'll be my first, Terrifier 3 autograph, since this movie came out, not counting Daniel Roebuck, who I've got, on Munsters things as well as 3 from Hell. But as far as getting something to add to my Terrifier collection, John's going to be my first one with that movie. But he's been in so much good stuff, from Meet the Parents, obviously Scary Movie. And let's jump in, though, about the fact that he was in Kids and got his start off with that. Because that was a movie that he was in that you brought up, which was not only so awesome because he was so animated and passionate for his entire interview, but it was really cool for him to talk about the involvement in these movies, how they came across his desk or how he wanted to be involved. But with something like Kids, none of them were actors yet. None of them were really looking into being actors because it's well documented that that was actually the criteria. They purposefully did not hire actors for this movie. They wanted it to be real. And that movie tackled so much material that was real, but was definitely not discussed in the 90s. And so having this interview with John was not only so fun for the animated part, it was genuinely informative.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, just right off the bat, we're introducing him. He's doing hijinks and giving everybody the gun show and everything else. So yeah, it was just one of those ones where it was going to be a fun interview just because he was just super hype. He's talking into the camera, putting his face in the camera, and just, like I said, you knew he was just going to be a cool guy to talk to. And like I said, yeah, we, obviously talked about Terrifier, so he was, spoiler alert, and what happened to his character. So he was doing all that and kind of had props from stuff that he was doing and showing us that and doing it to the camera. We were talking about, us trying to be careful because, Art the Clown might get us, but he made a good point that he can't kill us twice. Yep. So, being the fact that you're dead, I'm dead, sort of, and, he's already been killed by Art the Clown. We were pretty safe, but yeah, It was, yeah, just all that kind of stuff was really cool, talking about that, talking about Scary Movie, and
Yeah.
talking about, being able to work with the Damon, with the Wayne brothers and stuff like that, and all that kind of stuff, and with with them, with the Terrifier, being this huge thing now, and now Scary Movie came out saying that they're going to do it, the new Scary Movie is going to be coming out, and they're going to be spoofing Terrifier, which is even cooler because now he's in a franchise that's going to be spoofing a franchise. He was in a franchise of a franchise he was already in a franchise or something like that. But anyway, it was still pretty cool to talk about that. But yeah, just being able to talk to it with the kids, just because it was such a great movie of the '90s where a lot of, I mean, even like I can understand generation now maybe not knowing that movie, but even like generation, X or whatever you want to call, the '90s generation, a lot of people still don't even know about that movie. It's still a really hidden gem that it needs to be, I think, I mean, you want to show a movie to kids in high school to kind of scared straight kind of stuff that they do, even though it's a movie, it's obviously, everything that happens in the movie is fake and none of that stuff really happened. It was all scripted, but it's still a scared straight kind of movie of just about, just youth going wild, no pun intended, of Skid Row canceling out on our New Jersey Horror Con. Little plug into that, but anyway, it is a movie about youth going wild, and and the consequences of your action. It was a lot of stuff about the AIDS epidemic and things like that too. So yeah, it definitely tackled a lot of stuff. It was really cool to him talk about it, and it's cool to see like with himself and like some of the actors that have been in that movie, like Chloe Sevigny and Rosario Dawson and all them, where now a lot of those actors are like that was their first movie, like you said, the criteria being a first movie, and now are like super mega freaking movie stars and stuff like that. So it's really cool, and just to talk about like the filming of that, and us being like a big huge, me being a big skateboarder kid and stuff like that. So it was just cool and stuff like that to talk to him about that. And obviously, like I said, we talked about Meet the Parents that we both freaking love and stuff like that. He was just like I said, even just going up to him and talking to him, and when we were doing our personal signatures we want to do, he was just seemed really cool. And then when we asked him about doing the interview and stuff like that, he was like, oh yeah, man, come back on Sunday, man, anytime after this time we'll do it. He just seemed like really cool and animated, so I kind of knew that one was just going to be one of our fun interviews, where it was like, that's why I was telling everybody about it before, that he was our version of when we did Keith Coogan from Don't Tell Mom the Babysitter's Dead and stuff like that, where he was super animated and fun to talk to. He was this Con's version of Keith Coogan, where he was just a cool guy to talk to and super interested. Even after we were talking about it, he was like, yeah, when the video comes out and stuff like that, when we do the individual interviews, tag me, I'll post it and stuff like that. So yeah, he was super, super cool. It was such a fun interview. Like I said, we already kind of knew it was going to be happening, but it was just one of those ones like you didn't know what was going to happen. We could have crashed the table. Anything could have happened in that interview. It was like an old school WWE interview where you don't know what's going to happen.
Oh, no, absolutely. And Devil, honestly, it's fucking hilarious that you bring up the Keith Coogan thing, because while we had already discussed about how he was our Keith Coogan for this con, it hit me when you brought it up again. He was in the exact same location that Keith Coogan was at. Literally the same table, the same place in the room that Keith Coogan was at our last NJHC. So that's actually pretty hilarious.
So maybe it's just that general area just brings out the crazy and the kooky in everybody.
I'm beginning to think it is, for sure, because it was also cool as a closing note that we got to talk to him about just the people that he's been in the movies with, because you had already mentioned, of course, with kids, you've got Chloe Sevigny and Rosario Dawson. Then you go to the Scary Movie franchise where you've got, the Wayans, you've got Chris Elliott, you've got Carmen Electra. You go to, Meet the Parents where you've got Robert De Niro and Ben Stiller. And now you're in Terrifier, which is the biggest horror franchise in the world right now. So obviously you've got people like, Damien Leone, the director writer, but of course David Howard Thornton, who are just becoming, elite. And even a shout out to Lauren, who is now getting these great opportunities, doing other movies outside of the Terrifier franchise and becoming, probably one of the coolest, well-known final girls, when it comes to other movies that she gets to do. So John himself now it's so cool where you've got a guy like him who he chooses his roles, or he gets these roles, and he has these very elite actors and actresses on his resume as peers, as opposed to, and I'm not bashing him like he isn't one, because his resume speaks for itself. But I'm just saying, when you look at somebody like a Robert Englund, a Robert De Niro, a Ben Stiller, they're big categories and they're big filmographies where they are the star of these movies. Of course, they're going to be working with all these other amazing talents. I just think it's so cool that John has this amazing body of work that involves all of these other very high talents, and it's just so cool. You can just imagine what his cell phone probably looks like. You can just imagine what the contact list looks like. It's probably pretty insane when it comes to that. But I loved that. I thought that was also just so super cool. And I love the fact, too, that John's also sharp as a tack when it comes to his movies and the lines. Like the fact that I can be like, hey, dude, do you still have your Little Kim poster? And he's like, oh, yeah, with a PH. And I was like, oh, my God, this guy is so on top of the references to his own movies that just added to such a fun, experience interviewing him. And it's cool, Devil, because as we shut the door as we leave John's house.
Fangs and Infernos, we're firing on all cylinders, man. We're gonna bring another one to you right now, man. Favorite of ours. It's been a good one so far. I can only imagine that he's been having a good time because he's showing you right now.
Not at all.
Abrahams is hanging out with us right now.
Yo, what is going on?
So we were able to bring him back because when it comes to most recent movies, of course, with his appearance, he got a little close with the blade at the expense of Art the Clown. And he found a way to crawl his way over to New Jersey HorrorCon.
That's right.
So we're going to get a couple words in edgewise before Art maybe shows up to finish off the job. But,
I mean, you can't get killed twice, so it's really you guys that got to watch out.
All right, fair enough. You know, we'll just we got you, dude.
So he's got to worry about it. I'm a devil, so I can't die. So
we're all dead already. It's good.
we're
good. We're safe.
It's just a bunch of deadheads.
It's safe.
John, thank you so much, my friend, for taking a little bit of time.
Of course, thank you for having me.
How's New Jersey HorrorCon been treating you this week?
Awesome, so fun. I did one a few years ago, and I did the Pennsylvania one, and it's always a good time. And, I'm from New York City, and obviously Terrifier is a New York-made movie.
Yep.
And it's just always fun to do festivals and cons in my home tri-state area, if you will. It just feels more familiar to me, and we all speak the same language. So
yeah, and especially after long weekends, of course, with meeting all your fans and all that kind of stuff, being also in a close proximity to home is probably also very appealing as well.
It's very nice. I'm going to stay at my mom's house after this.
Nice. With it being like probably easily the most dominant franchise at this particular moment, how do you look back at Terrifier 3 and your death in that movie? But how was it being involved in that?
Okay, so I'm so proud of it. When I was younger, I wanted to do makeup effects. And my dad used to take me to horror conventions in New York City. So I used to go to like Fangoria conventions and stuff and follow Tom Savini around and tug on his pants. Be like, hey, mister, can I work for you? And, sure.
Go to my school.
Sure, kid, go to my school.
And
then
give me some money.
Yeah. And then, many years later, here I am doing cons with Tom. And it's all very cyclical and great. But that's how I met Damien. Originally, met him at NJ HorrorCon in Atlantic City. after the first one had come out, and we just got to talking about stuff, and I was a fan, and we were talking about makeup effects, and we kind of bonded over that. Kept running into each other at cons, and then finally, about a year and a half ago, we ran into each other at one, and he was like, "Want to be in part 3?" And I was like, "Yes, whatever you need me to do, I'll do it."
Nice.
And so, boy, did they put me through the ringer.
Yeah.
Because I got, well, spoiler alert, I got my hand nailed down. My other hand, I got my fingers bit off. And then I got my head peeled from the center back. And then a nice double facial all the way down to just being the screaming skull, which is what Damien Leone calls it.
Yeah.
So
a tough day.
I'm the screaming skull, not the streaming skull. I'm the screaming skull.
Screaming skull.
You're like, you want to learn about special effects, kids? We're going to show you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you started as a dentist, and then you ended up as a screaming skull.
Exactly.
No, absolutely, man, for sure. Devil, my friend.
Oh, yeah. So, I mean, we're talking about horror movies. We're talking about stuff. We're going back old school because, like I talked to you before, I'm a fan of that. It's an awesome 90s movie. Talk about, like, that's such a crazy and awesome movie, and just, like, dealing with life growing up in the inner city of the 90s. Talk about working with kids and such an ensemble cast who have a lot of those actors and actresses have grown out to be huge.
Yeah, definitely.
So Seventry, you have
Rosario Dawson. Yep. Shout out Leo Fitzpatrick.
Yep.
You
So
know?
how was that like working on a film like that, doing that at such a young age, starting off?
Well, it was bananas. I mean, I was 16 when we shot it, and the rule was no actors, right? No child actors, nothing. So none of us had any experience acting. Maybe like outside of school a little bit, but not like working as actors.
Yeah, because my understanding is they also kind of plucked skaters from local around.
Yeah,
That
it was just
like,
basically-
this is that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, when you grow up in downtown Manhattan, anything below 14th Street, everybody meets at Washington Square Park. And so everybody, all of the young people would just hang there after school, during school, whatever. And so you had the skaters and you had the club kids. I was one of them, and the punk kids and all of it. And but everybody was kind of groovy and cool with each other. So, they just basically like bopped around the village and the park and being like, "Want to audition for a movie? Do you want to audition for a movie?" We're all like, "Okay, sure, whatever,"
Yeah.
But we know nothing about making movies, nothing about continuity. And, you got skaters, like pro skaters in the movie. They're going off every time they say cut and skating and like breaking their arms and stuff, coming back the next day. Whole movie takes place in a day. So, all of a sudden the guy's like this, and then he's like, got a cast, That was the vibe. But we didn't know it was going to be the kind of, preeminent 90s movie about youth culture.
Yeah, exactly.
In such a raw way. I just thought it was like a fun artsy thing to do.
Yeah.
And I was interested in movies. I was like, okay, cool. But,
Yeah.
I had no idea or inkling of like what it would set us all upon.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
So, yeah.
I mean, it's crazy as well. Sorry, Devil. But it's crazy as well too, because like that movie, that tackles some heavy shit at a time where people didn't really go there. I mean,
No,
the really
especially with
underground
teenage.
especially at a teenager
Teenage.
level.
Yeah. Sure.
But of course, you have directors that are out there that are more like they'll go places. The Dario Argentos of the world.
Of
and stuff
course,
like
of
that.
course.
But at that time, like, you didn't talk about that stuff, let alone put it on film for the world to see.
Definitely.
Yeah, especially with that too. You had that movie and like Bully when you did it. It was like such of those movies where like it was like I said, tackling those things. And like I remember people watching it now that I've showed the younger generation, and even that scene, the skateboarding we're talking about, where you beat the living fuck out of the guy with a skateboard, and I'm like, that's the kind of shit that happened. You fucked with us skateboard kids. That's what happened to you.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Don't mess with people who have rolling weapons in their
we have
hands.
weapons in our hands that they do some damage. But picking it back now too, back into the horror films. Talk about probably the essential horror comedy parody movie of all times, Scary Movie.
So, such a banger.
Yeah.
And I grew up I'm Gonna Get You Sucker was like one of my
Yeah,
favorite
yeah, yeah.
movies. In Living Color
Huge Wayne's
was
fan.
was everything for me, and I was just an uber fan of The Family. So when the opportunity was presented to me, I was like, say less. Like, where do I sign up? You know,
Yeah, exactly.
And I think at that time, like, there definitely was like a lot of Hollywood people that didn't respect what the Wayans family does,
Yeah.
and didn't respect the idea of Scary Movie.
Yeah.
But I was like, how can I be down? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And I don't take it for granted, and I didn't take it for granted then. I was like, I'm working with my heroes right now. And,
Yeah, exactly.
And it's always been a joy. Like, there's been, nothing bad about it. I love them like my own family.
Yeah.
And it's an amazing phenomenon,
Yeah,
And also at the time, like, we didn't know it was going to be the phenomenon.
Right.
It was like,
Oh, yeah.
we all were having such a good time, and it's them. So if you know them, you're like, it's going to be great comedy.
Yeah.
But we didn't know it was going to be the highest grossing R-rated comedy of all time when it came
Yeah.
out, highest grossing black film of all time, which is huge back
Yeah.
then. And, like, we had no idea that it was going to be the, multi-$100 million mammoth that it
Right,
is.
yeah. And then, like I said, with the continual success of them, now they're bringing back the Scary Movie. It is kind of funny that you talk about where when they originally were going to do it, that they were like, I don't know. And then once it became big, everybody was doing the horror spoofs
Sure.
and stuff like that.
Definitely.
When they found out, oh, this works. Like,
Yeah.
yeah. Now you're on board.
Exactly.
You were on board 5 minutes ago.
It's like that with everything. Like, honestly, it's like that with Terrifier. Like, for years, I've been telling friends in, Hollywood about Terrifier, and like their business model and all of it, and just how amazing I think it is. And they're all like, what? Oh, yeah, sure. And then, 2 comes out and does the business it does, and then 3 does the business it does, and now everybody wants to make
now we're
indie
going
horror
to
movies, and they're all like, "Oh, you Terrifier, yeah." I'm like, you didn't even know what that was a month ago,
We literally go back to the Kickstarter of
Exactly.
Terrifier.
Yeah, right,
And
exactly.
we were talking about that too with like cons. Like even with the success of Part 2 that was already big, you can meet David and Damien and all those guys. Now the success of 3, it's insane.
Yeah.
Those guys' lines are like out the wall. They're like Robert Englund's now.
I mean, they are. Art is the new Freddy. Yep. Is the new Jason. Is the new Michael Myers. Is the new Leatherface. And it's really cool to end up, being a horror fan my whole life, to end up being part of like a franchise like that. It's a dream, Yeah, it's awesome.
And one other thing, in keeping with the horror aesthetic, that I wanted to ask you about as well is, how do you look back at House of Wax? Because I kind of have sort of a 2-part question in this. Is obviously, how is it looking back at House of Wax? But I'm also honestly a little bit curious, because of course that movie did have Paris Hilton involved when she was very in the public eye. So I'm curious, did that make it difficult at all? Not because you're working with her, but other factors, people around that you maybe are in your way, because she was so out there, her shows and what. I think you know what I mean.
She was as big as it gets in the zeitgeist at the time, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure Joel Silver was aware of that by marketing the film "See Paris Die," right? But we shot in Australia, in Queensland, Australia, in Surfers Paradise, and out there at that time, she was like the Beatles. So, on set, no, I don't remember heightened security and stuff, but like every time we went somewhere, like out at night, they had the whole street closed down on either side with like barricades and hundreds of young people like shouting at like the Beatles. And I was like, holy, Yeah. So I definitely noticed that impact, and I was like, wow. And I knew Paris before all that, and we're still friends, and she's an amazingly humble person, and a lot of people don't realize that.
I've never heard a bad thing about her.
No,
I really haven't. I mean, when it comes as an outsider, you look at the TV shows, and of course they're going to edit it the way they're going to want for it. Right? So it's kind of hard not to look at something at times and be like, oh my God, for real? But then you realize, no, there's there's so much more that we do not see or know about.
Totally.
Yeah, especially with House of Wax too, where especially because we always talk to people who've done, movies that were remakes. Were you a fan of the original House of Wax?
I actually was, because
Vincent Price.
Oh, I love it, and a lot of people don't know that Charles Bronson is in that movie.
Yeah.
Yes.
And one of his earlier roles too, I think. But I've always been a fan of the William Castle movies, and so I was psyched as a fan when Joel Silver wanted to reboot. That's what Dark Castle is, right? He remade all the William Castle movies. When I was a kid in New York City, there's a movie theater called Film Forum. Shout out Film Forum. And every summer they had a festival of double header showing of two 50s B horror movies or horror movies, and they would show all the William Castle movies with the gimmicks. So they would do 13 ghosts, and the ghosts would fly across the audience, and the tingler, and the seat would tingle whenever it came on screen, and all that stuff. And I was young then. I was 10 or 11, and I became familiar with all the William Castle movies then. So when I was wow. But I think House of Wax is really great because it has nothing to do with the original. It's not trying to take the original and remake it. It's a whole new ideal of House of Wax, and it really succeeds, in my opinion, for that. Whereas at that time, they remade Texas Chainsaw, all of those movies. And they just kind of did shot-for-shot remakes, and they're not as good.
Yeah,
they're just not as good. But I think House of Wax actually has a soul as its own movie.
When it comes to those ones, especially with Vincent Price, I put those up as the remake ones with your the House of Wax and House on the Haunted Hill.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Those were so good, but they weren't trying to be shot for shot, like you said. They were doing something.
Not reinventing the wheel.
They're reimagining of what those films could be. Yeah.
And one of the crazy things too about House of Wax is of course people marketed that way, but also people remember the impaling of Paris. But dude, for me, that fucking Clippers scene of the poor girl's fingers up through the grate. Oh my god!
What about the Achilles tendon?
And the Achilles, and anything involving an Achilles tendon
is the worst.
No, absolutely. And one other thing that we definitely want to have a little bit of fun with, because it seems that you are no worse for the wear, coming back from military school after Dad sent you off to military school. So talk a little bit about working on that movie. You got it, because of course, amazing cast.
Amazing cast. We should note that this year is the 25th anniversary of Scary Movie and Meet the Parents.
Oh wow! I didn't realize they came out the same year. Actually.
Yeah, and I think they're both getting new movies, so we're happy about that. And that was a dream come true too, right? It's a bunch of people that I grew up idolizing and watching and knowing of, and then all of a sudden you're working with them I'm this close, and it can be intimidating, but luckily for me, I was playing such a cocky kind of character that I just went all in on that, and would fuck with them all the time, and they liked it, I think. So
do you still have your little Kim poster?
With a PH.
Yeah. I mean, especially like you said, growing up as a New York kid and then being able to work with De Niro.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's you're oh my God, I can't believe I'm in.
For sure.
I'm right next to this guy.
For sure. And you know what? Again, normally you say, don't meet your heroes.
Yeah.
It doesn't work out good. And that can be true. But in my experience on Scary Movie and on Meet the Parents, not true at all. Just everybody was super lovely and down to just have fun and create something. And another one where obviously you've got all these legends and this is going to be funny and great, but we didn't know it was going to be the success. I didn't, it's never a sure thing. And that movie is a freaking phenomenon. I mean, it's just a staple in everybody's household, no matter where you are. And they watch it, a couple times a year. So it's
absolutely,
cool.
for sure. But John, thank you
Man.
so much, brother.
Thank you, brother.
We really hope you had a good time
you.
and enjoyed yourself. It's been an absolute pleasure. Fangs and Infernos, thank you guys so much. We're going to see what we put together with you for the rest of New Jersey HorrorCon. But as always, it's been a great one, man. I'm Vampire, he's Devil, but he is John Abrahams.
See ya!
Horns up. Fangs out.
Peace!
house. We move over to his next door neighbor, and very, very cool to have a few minutes to talk to James DeBello, who, we've known for a little while now, just from cons and stuff. He's always so polite. He's always like, hey, what's up, guys? Great to see you. We saw him not that long ago when he did a little mini reunion at a con with Edward Furlong for Detroit Rock City. And then, I met him many, many years ago when I got my first original autograph from him at a con. But it was cool to finally get a couple of moments to rock out it and talk with him and talk about Cabin Fever and, talk about Detroit Rock City and some of the projects that he's got coming up later this year, because he's got other stuff that he's doing, because, like I said, he was John's next door neighbor and he was in Scary Movie as well.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Like the most part of that interview that's the big scoop and everybody wanted to know about was the nougat. And he talked about a funny story about about the not really quite understanding what that line really meant, and then when got it when they eventually figured out what it was, he's like, oh, okay, yeah, it's pretty cool. But yeah, just being able to talk to him, obviously, like I said, being huge fans, like I said, the Scary Movie, obviously, everybody remembers him. Even whenever I explain to people like, oh yeah, he's Scary Movie, they're like, okay, and then they kind of like think they remember who he was in Scary Movie, but then all of a sudden you just go, Ray fucked me, and then everybody's like, oh shit, yeah, okay, now I remember who he is. You know what I mean? So it was cool talking about that. It was cool talking about we got a little bit of a discussion about his brothers in Detroit Rock City, like where some of them were and stuff like that. So it was kind of cool to like talk about that and stuff like that. Yeah, he's just always seemed like the kind of cool guy. Like he's pretty much almost kind of like how his characters are in the movies, where he's like he just like that kind of like, I don't know where I am, but I know where I am kind of feel, like where it was just, yeah, he's just a cool guy. And just like, he, like I said, he's able to take jokes. He'll take jokes back and stuff like that. And like I said, he's always been a really cool guy to meet. Like I said, and we've talked to him a couple times, and just always like excited to see us and remembers us and stuff like that. And just like I said, he's just, one of those guys where it's like, every time we get a chance to meet him, or talk to him, it's always going to be fun, because he's just a cool, like all around cool guy.
He really is. And it's so fun too, because I love the way he plays into certain things, just like John did, where if anybody who's seen Detroit Rock City will know that he references himself at one point as Dr. Love. He was making out with a convenience store girl. And I was like, so I got a question for you, man. Did Dr. Love ever go back to that convenience store? And he was like, no, man, but I forget the actress's name off the top of my head, but he was like, but I'm familiar with where she's gone since Detroit Rock City, and it's been so cool to see that she's had such a great career of her own, even after that movie, after he got knocked across the alley by Chongo, and but was able to to have that moment in that movie, which is so recognizable as well. But it was super cool. It was a lot of fun, and I love the fact that he was down to be playful and play off of his various characters the same. And when
especially with the Detroit Rock City, because non-spoiler, because I want everybody to watch the interview, but he gave us a cool like sort of like moment where he's talking about with the whole premise of Detroit Rock City kind of playing true to life, where he said it was a story of like one of the actors and that stuff. So it was kind of cool that he kind of like was like, oh yeah, we kind of had our own real life Detroit Rock City scenario. So that was kind of cool that he talked about that too. So that's definitely one you're gonna have to watch the interview to get that scoop.
Right on, Fangs and Infernos. We're just going to keep the flames hot. We're just going to keep sinking our fangs into a whole lot more fun stuff. This has been a fun one for us. We've been looking forward to this for a little minute, but James, it's been a second. We keep kind of bumping into each other and saying what's up, but we finally got a little bit of time to rock out and roll with you. So lassoed in. So James DeBello is joining us right now, man. We're going to get our Detroit Rock City on, a little bit of Cabin Fever action, but it's been a good time at New Jersey HorrorCon. James, of course, we know you have schedules to keep and stuff, but overall, did you have a good time?
I did. I had a great time. I've done a couple NJ expos or Comic Cons or Horror Fest or whatever we call them. Always great. Always nice to see everybody. Always great to see Father Evil.
Yep. Yeah.
It's always here. It's fun to catch up with some old friends and hang out, shoot the shit, see all the vendors, see what's new out there.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Flannel with graphics has become a huge hit.
Yes.
At every con. There's multiple booths.
I've definitely noticed that throughout. Yeah, the flannel with the backpacks, definitely been a thing. But yeah, man, I mean, we'll jump into a lot of fun. I mean, of course, taking it back to for me personally, there's just the absolute fun of Detroit Rock City and having you play Trip. And it wasn't that long ago. The last time I saw you was at a different con, and you were right next to Edward, so that was kind of cool to see half the crew back together. But what do you remember about that experience? Being a Kiss fan and chasing down your concert tickets and getting into it with Chongo.
Well, I mean, the most thing I remember was a lot of fun making that movie. At the time, just thinking about trying to go see a band play, we were into Marilyn Manson a little bit. We were in the Toadies. We were listening to a lot of Toadies, a lot of Marilyn Manson, and Marilyn Manson was going to be in town, was performing, and we were like, let's go see Marilyn Manson. So the production got us tickets. There was only one of us that was underage. I think I was 18 at the time. But one of us was Sam Huntington, whose mom is in the movie, keeping us from thwarting our efforts to go see Kiss.
Yeah.
His mother in real life, I'm sure he hates the fact that I through this story. I'm sure he hates it. But his mom in real life would not let him go see Marilyn Manson. I thought that was a trip.
Yeah, that's funny.
It's like life imitating art.
Yeah, it's crazy. No,
it's because Manson was the devil's music.
I mean, it
just has to be about you.
Age hasn't weighed, time has not weighed well in Marilyn Manson. It's getting bad rap from a few ex-partners, so who knows? Maybe he's the devil, but I don't think he's the devil. But,
So one other
squeaky clean either.
No, definitely not. And but another fun.
He was a really nice guy when we met him. He was really cool.
Oh, nice.
Really sweet. And happy to see that I loved his music then.
Yeah, man.
Oh yeah, no, same. And there's actually I've been seeing a lot of photos coming around various socials where he's very personable with the fans lately. I see photos all the time now, even after the recent ugliness of him still just signing autographs, taking pictures. He always seems cool. Yeah. He always looks cool in the pictures, being he doesn't look like he's being, bothered or anything. Yeah. So I love that for sure.
Back out there.
Yeah, and one other fun thing too from Detroit Rock City is did Dr. Love ever circle back around to that convenience store to visit the young lady after that?
I never met her again. I think Libby Booth. I think she's done really well for herself though. Most of the girls from Detroit Rock City have fared better than the men of Detroit Rock City. Natasha Leon's doing great. Serena Vincent's doing great. Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure it's Libby Booth. I think it's Libby Booth. I don't know, but all the girls there have had really great careers.
Yeah.
And everybody else. Sam Huntington has had a great career. Eddie's doing good. He's 7 years sober. He just said this 17.
Nice.
And then I think Giuseppe, he's had a little rough patch. He had some injuries. He's been living in the high desert, last I heard.
Oh, okay. Right on. No, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, definitely for a little getaway for sure.
Yeah.
Devil.
And then going into because of HorrorCon, obviously we're going to talk a little bit about Cabin Fever. How cool is it to be in a movie, especially a movie like the Cabin Fever, that have one of the most iconic lines in the whole entire movie, where you talk about stealing the Snickers and you're like, the nougat?
Yeah.
That was the
Well, it's great because I didn't know what nougat meant. And then somebody realized, I think it was Joey Kern, was like, do you even know what nougat means? I was like, no. He's like, it's an ingredient in the candy bar. It's like, oh, okay. So that's how I didn't know about it. But it's great. That's been, almost 25 years since that movie came out. And, we luckily last year we were at Horror Hound. We got to do a full reunion.
Yeah, I saw that.
And then hopefully we'll get to do some more because we're just trying to get everybody's schedules in place.
Yeah.
But hopefully we'll be able to head out to cons with the whole group. Because it's really great to meet all the fans 20 years later.
Oh yeah,
I love that you got to do a movie also with Joey Kern, because myself and Mrs. Vamp are really big Grind fans, so we love our Sweet Lou.
Yeah, Sweet Lou's the best, man.
Yeah,
he's an amazing guy.
And then obviously
scary movie that people talk about that, with the Scream, making parodies and stuff like that. How was it like doing that? And then like just the comedy side of it, obviously with the cookie, Ray fucked me, everybody loves all that kind
I
of
mean, it
stuff.
was an honor to work with the Wayans brothers.
Yeah.
They're legendary, spanning multiple decades of that, and Living Color was something like that.
Oh, yeah.
I'm Gonna Get You Sucker was a classic.
Oh, yeah.
Classic movie. I think it's out as how much. I think it's Chris Rock's first movie.
Yeah,
I think so. It was like right up there with like CB4.
How much? Or was it CB4 that we like that spoof movies? How
Yeah.
much for one rib? What was that?
That was Chris Rock. That was Chris Rock because he goes into the song. Yeah, he's like, how much was for one rib? He's like, "Give one rib."
Put it in my hand. Anyway, but it was amazing.
But yeah,
to
that's what I'm
work
saying,
with
working
the
with the
Wayans
Wayans,
brothers. Unbelievable, and I'm happy they're going to be coming out with another one.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Going to get to line on up and run down and see that movie. It'll be great.
Man, yeah. So do you have anything that you're working on that you
I'm
can
working on a couple
kind of plug with it?
horror films coming up, but one's going to be tentatively titled "Once Upon a Time in a Horror Movie Set" or something like that.
Okay.
But keep an eye out. I don't know. Check IMDb. See something coming up.
No, absolutely.
Awesome.
No, for
Thank
sure.
you guys
James,
so
we
much.
really appreciate you taking a little bit of time.
Never had a mention.
Always, man.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
exactly.
Thank you, Fangs. Thank you, Infernos. We're going to wrap it up for now. We're going to cruise around a little bit more. But as always, it's always great to catch up with James, and we really appreciate you again, my friend.
Great.
This is Vampire. This is Devil. Most importantly, he is James DeBello, and we will see you guys again really, really soon. Horns up. Fangs out. So as we make our way now into a discussion of our final interview, here's the fun thing about this discussion. You and I have been doing this for a long time, my friend, and it's our jobs to do our homework. I think this is the first time, though, that we've ever been given an interview with somebody, but we were given a homework assignment by the person that we were interviewing. And I just thought it was so funny because it was really cool. Don't get me wrong. Like when we talked to him about that homework assignment, it was very interesting. His passion, how he got involved in it, very, very cool. But it was very funny to be handed a brochure to study, to prepare for an interview that I knew we would get anyway because he already said yes. But it was just funny that he really wanted us to take a moment in the interview to talk about this. Because even when we brought it up, he was like, oh, well, yes, thank you. He's like, oh, wow, it's great that you know about that. So let's talk a little bit about, our interview with Kevin Van Hentenryck. I was so happy that he was down for an interview because I'm a big Frank Henenlotter fan, and Frank was there as well. So I was so excited and stoked that I was not only meeting the director of Basket Case and Frankenhooker, but that I was also meeting the star of Basket Case. And you and I also have the star of Frankenhooker, in our sights later this year as well. So that's very cool. But Kevin was so cool. He was so fun. He gave you your accosted moment, which I think is super duper fun. But he was just great. I loved our back and forth with him. He was so cool about the stuff that he was talking with us about. And it was also fun to talk to him and get kind of an inner scoop in our own way about how a trilogy is a trilogy when it had no reason to be one with such a concrete finish of something that we discussed back in the very, very early days of V&D when we talked about the Basket Case movie.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of cool. We mentioned, basically Basket Case was like one of our first few movies that we did that was, with the B movies and stuff like that when we got to the alphabet and B. So I thought that was kind of cool. Yeah, and when we were talking about it, I was like, we even mentioned on the episode, if we ever get a chance to talk to Kevin or talk to Frank, we wanted to figure out why there was a part 2 or part 3 when there was no reason for a part 2 or part 3 because the your hero or your anti-hero or whoever you want to call him died and splatted and was definitely dead, and he gave us the answers to that, which was pretty cool. It was a fun story, and then just talking to him and stuff like that, he was really, really cool. You could tell that he enjoyed all the stuff that you do. We were talking about the basket case movies and stuff like that, and then like you said about his his new passion with stone carving and stuff like that, how he really got into that, and basically told us about this free class, and that even primordial idiots like me or you could pretty much do this class and learn how to do it, because he's basically saying like he's gotten like 3-year-olds going in there and they can work the machine good enough to what they can vision as a 3-year-old. So
like that, like, even though that still felt like a shot to the ego.
Yeah, he's like, come on, even 3-year-olds can do it. I'm like, I don't know, I still feel like if I got on this foolproof plan machine, I'm still gonna make a bunch of mess,
dude, I still can't set the clock on my microwave, dude, and you want to carve stone.
It's gonna turn into a mess, sort of like the clay in Demi Moore and Patrick Swayze's hand in Ghost. It's just gonna be a puddle of mess. Except with stone, there's gonna be stone sparks. There's gonna be dead people because pieces of stone are gonna fly into people's necks and shit like that. So probably not a good idea for me to get on any of those machines. But then, especially if it's a sharpening thing, because I can sharpen some stakes just in case a vampire disagrees with me in one of our showdowns. I can make myself some weapons. So it might not be the best idea for me to go to that class.
No, absolutely. But Kevin was so awesome, and Frank was really cool because we got to meet him as well. Where he signed my stuff, and he was just really, really cool. And you can definitely tell that as the years are moving on with him, it's so cool though that he's still finding ways to make time to meet his fans, because we definitely saw some basket case fans. Like we've talked about it. We both love Basket Case and Frankenhooker, and I love those type of movies. We brought up Basket Case and Frank specifically when you and I talked to Sean Whalen, because Crust was very Clerks meets Basket Case. I still to this day think that's the most accurate way to describe Crust, and that was my only real regret in talking to Frank and Kevin, is not letting them know about this movie that they might be familiar with, but might not be, and be like, man, there's a movie that seems so representative of your work that I think you guys should check it out. So that's my only real kind of regret when it came to that, was that, that topic had kind of escaped my brain during the interview. And then we discussed it later, and it was like, shit, that would have been awesome. But it was so cool just getting to meet them and talk about how this happened. And, Kevin talking about how he even got into acting, and that a friend had, suggested that he meet Frank, because it was like, hey, I know this guy who's doing this movie and you should go talk to him. And that's what kind of spawned the relationship and gave us Basket Case. But when you and I were standing in line for Kevin and Frank, there was literally a guy in front of us and a guy behind us with like a wheelie cart, like a red wagon filled with like Basket Case, like full made Belials and vinyls and posters and stuff, to where it's like, can you let me go first instead of doing this now? Can you not necessarily go to the back of the line, but it's kind of like when you're in a store and you realize that, you've got a basket full of things and the person behind you is only buying a soda. It's like, yeah, go ahead. There's a part of me that was kind of like, really, dude, I'm down for it. Because, our friend Steve, I think it was kind of in that same area where somebody with like what Steve does, where I don't think it's all for this guy. I think he's taking care of friends and colleagues that couldn't make it. But it was still one of those things where it's like, see, my one DVD jacket right here, like that's my one soda. Can I please go to the cash register before you? But super awesome, so cool. And it's that those movies have always been like, a love affair and passion for movies for me. I don't even call them guilty pleasures because there's
Fangs
no
and
guilt.
Infernos,
I
we're
love
getting towards the end of New Jersey
So,
Horror
the
Con.
fact
It's
that,
been an
you know,
absolutely
Kevin and
awesome
Frank were
weekend. We've
brought
been
in
having
by-
a great
by
time.
NJHC,
The talent
I
has
was
been
just
so
like,
hospitable.
yes.
And we really appreciate Ryan and all of his staff's continuous efforts, as well as their invitations that bring myself and Devil back each time. And we're going to keep the good times rolling with another great conversation. I'm very, very excited to bring on Kevin. We've got Basket Case. We're going to get a little crazy for a couple of minutes at the end of the con. But Kevin, thank you so much for taking a little bit of time to talk to us.
My pleasure.
Absolute pleasure for us as well. And I myself, you know, Devil can attest to this. I'm a big fan of Frank's work, the movies that he does, of which you are a huge part of. We'll jump right into it, of course. It is a horror con. Basket Case. We're keeping Belial a little under wraps for the time being, so hopefully he doesn't think I talk too much. But how did Basket Case come along? And again, thank you so much for giving us such a fun trilogy.
Oh, thank you. How did the original film come about?
Yeah, and how did you get involved in?
I was studying acting. I was a theater student at the American Academy of Dramatic Arts in New York City. And Ilsa, who plays the social worker with the glasses, she's the assistant. She was the assistant registrar there, and she knew Frank.
Oh.
So, excuse me, one day Ilsa says to me, "I know this guy that makes films. You should meet him." I said, "Okay." So I went and met him, and ended up doing 3 background parts in Slash of the Knife, which was the film prior to Basket Case. And he liked the way I worked and thought I was good enough. And a few months later, he called me up with this idea for a film. And he did the pitch. And when Frank does a pitch, he does it like 100%. You know? And at the end, he says, "What do you think?" I said, "Yeah, sign me up." That was it.
That's so awesome. And how do you look back at that movie stylistically and like visually now? Because we've had conversations not only just with other fans this weekend, but also amongst ourselves about like visual effects back in the day, practical effects versus so much CGI now. And with, you know, Belial being incredibly close to you, it's got to be a very, very interesting, you know, dynamic to work that, but also probably a little bit taxing having that, you know, attachment.
Well, the thing with an effect is it's meant to be an effect, not used all the time. For an example, a guitarist gets a new pedal. They play with it through that pedal all the time for the first week or two. And then, you know, slowly they start thinking, well, maybe this song needs a clean sound, or maybe that song needs something else. And eventually it comes back to the point where it's an effect. An effect is only effective if it's used as an effect, sparingly. I think the problem with a lot of the films is overuse of the CGI right now.
Sure.
I was watching a behind the scenes for something I don't remember, and it was 3 actors on a green stage with a green floor, a green background, you know, and they're doing their thing, you know, in midair with nothing. And, you know, but when you see it, there's monsters and explosions and swords and, you know, theaters, see, just like we're talking, theater is better when there's that back and forth because you work with another actor, you get something from him, right?
Yeah,
you know, there's a reason it's called a dialogue.
Yeah, that monologue. Well, that's more of a solo type situation.
So, as far as effect, that kind of lays out my thoughts on that. Practical effects rule, I think, because it gives the actor more to work on. There's the famous story of Ian McCullen talking about sitting alone in Frodo's house talking to a green tennis ball.
Yeah.
You know, and he's a great actor, you know, and he hated it. Oh, for the same reasons. So I think I've rambled off of your subject.
No, that's okay. And before I kick it up to Devil for a little bit, one thing also with Basket Case that I wanted to talk to you personally about with your performance, because of how much I loved your performance in a movie that I care so much about, is how did you look at your own dynamic of like secrecy versus paranoia? Because your character is got this brother that that would be shunned by the world, of course, and you have this dynamic of like, you know, traveling around with him, making sure he has enough attention and he's feeling the love, but at the same time you still have your own life, your own needs. There's love interests that come into play. How did you look at it as an actor, understanding you were really going to have to tap into a few different parts of your brain?
The psychology of character behavior is fundamental in acting. You can't be a good actor unless you understand the psychology of human behavior. We're, you know, present company accepted, we're a primitive species, and you have to understand how that all works. And the Bradley brothers considered themselves one entity, not two. So in addition to that paranoia of always keeping it secret yet close, there's the loss, the ambiguous loss that they both experience, and the psychic connection that always is reinforcing that. So that's kind of how I approach it.
Very cool, for sure. Devil, my friend.
Yeah. So like I said, we had Basket Case as one of our early episodes that we talked about on it. And, you know, since I have you here and stuff like that, when you guys made that first movie and obviously how it ended, did you ever think there was going to be a sequel? Because as far as movies go, where there are sequels, it kind of leans to a sequel. But the ending of the first movie kind of ends with almost 100% no chance of a sequel, and then we've got two other movies.
It seems very final.
Yeah, it seems like this is the end that you're gonna see of the brothers, and then two more come.
For years, that's what Frank said. You know, they died.
Yeah.
And so he was in the process of selling Frankenhooker to Jim Glickenhaus. And he was in person, doing the pitch in person. And he's in Jim's office. And, you know, when Frank does a pitch, he performs the whole film for you.
Yeah.
And he's very good at it, too, by the way. And so at the end, he's done. He's fried. Jim says, "That's great. What else you got?" And so he just kind of, this is what I've heard from Frank. He just inadvertently blurted out, "Basket Case 2?" And Jim said, "All right, we'll do them both." And that's how it happened.
Oh, wow.
So Frank was on catch-up mode a little bit there at first.
Yeah, because that's what I said. It's like, you know, when you talk about like the sequels, it's like, you know, okay, maybe, you know, like Critters, you have that very end where you see a critter a little bit. Okay, maybe there's a sequel. It's such a definitive plot. That's the end.
You know, Frank got a real budget for Frankenhooker.
Yep.
Basket
Case 2. Yeah.
Basket Case 3. And, you know, that's real enticing, you know, to be able to... We shot Basket Case in 16 millimeter using short ends, you know, scraping every time together to pull it off. So to be able to have 35 millimeter cameras, you know, that's like a filmmaker's dream. So
yeah,
so we went for it.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, like, how was that experience? Because, you know, like, obviously you could tell Basket Case 1 is very, like you said, it's very low budget DIY, and then 2 and 3 you can definitely tell there was more money in the project. Yeah. How was it like doing those movies, you know, the 2 and 3, having a little bit more better wiggle room versus what you had for 1?
Well, it's great. We think of this. Frank and Gabe Bertalis, who did all the effects, who's a really cool guy and a great effects guy, by the way. They did all of those effects for Basket Case 2, and then all of those effects for Frankenhooker.
Yeah.
These two were nuts at that time. That's a crazy thing to attempt. Budget. Yeah, it's nice. Working in 35 is really cool.
Yeah.
There are drawbacks to it. You know, we had an absolute schedule.
Well,
in the first film, you know, we spent a year making it. So You know, when people were available and they had film stock, you know, we would do a scene. You know, in 2 and 3, you had that 6 weeks. You got to get everything done. And so you want a story, a short story?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Medium length story. So that was Basket Case 3. The suits have a formula. So many pages of script equals so much time, minutes of screen time. The end of the first week of shooting, the suit comes up and says, "We're ahead. You got to cut a scene." Okay, so Frank picked a scene to cut. I don't remember what it was. So we continue. The end of the second to last week, the same suit comes up to us. "We're behind. We need something else." So Frank is like, you know, but you're not going to write anything new, right? Oh, no. So that night he writes the scene where after the carnage in the sheriff's office, I come down the hill and discover he is injured. That's the scene he wrote. So, you know, to shoot it, we got there. I spent the morning pacing the parking lot to learn the scene. And we shot it, you know, but that just shows you the problem with more money is more.
Well, yeah,
more
you have somebody behind you.
What are you trying to do?
Yeah.
You know, so.
Yep.
I don't know. It's the best and the worst.
Oh yeah.
You know? And I'm sure if you go on a Tom Cruise movie or something, it's really intense. With people watching every second ticking away.
Yeah.
Every second, every dollar.
We need to do that scene again. Well, that scene again is going to cost a couple $1 million. So wrap it.
Somebody like Clint Eastwood, for example, is renowned for using the first take.
Yeah.
There's a great Matt Damon story. I don't know if you've heard this
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's money changes everything.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely, for sure. And then one other thing that we definitely wanted to make sure that we talked a little bit about is we'd love to hear a little bit about your stone cutting academy.
Yeah, thank you.
Of course.
So it's the Hunter Stone Carving Seminar. It's a free 2-week stone carving class. Takes place in the mountains of Greene County in Hunter, New York.
Nice.
The mountaintop region of the Hunter Mountains, of the Catskill Mountains. The website is freehscs.com. If we get our grant, we will find out in March or April. So the website will give dates and all that at that point. But this will be our 17th year doing it.
Nice.
People think stone carving has to be really hard, right? Only if your name is Michelangelo can you even approach it, right? But that's not the case at all. Primitive peoples did this with a sharp rock held in their hand.
Yeah.
170,000 years ago. And we have much better tools. So
I mean, I'll admit it makes. I think to myself when I think of something like that as somebody who really isn't particularly artistic, where I'm just like, I'd never be able to do that class. I'd never be able. The thing would just break into a million pieces, and I'd be like, that's not a thing. But again, you know, hearing it where it is better tools, more education, experienced teachers letting you know, be like, whoa, if you go in with a sledgehammer, of course you're going to get, you know, a sledgehammer result. But if you map it out little by little, it sounds like, you know, the stone carving commoners like myself could really learn a thing or two.
Well, I've had 4-year-olds carving with an air hammer in a half an hour.
Oh, wow.
Now what they carve is what a 4-year-old can visualize.
Obviously.
Sure.
But there's a sculpture park in Tannersville, New York, with over 300 petroglyphs that have been left by the students over the years. And some of them are museum quality.
Oh, wow.
So, and a lot of those people said just what you said. I'm not artistic. I can't draw a stick figure. I'll ruin it, blah, blah, blah. But we'll give it a shot and try it, you know. And
yeah, you never know.
You know what? 2 hours later, they're into it and they're having a great time.
And how did you get involved? Because that's a very unique, you know, direction to go. Like there's like there's a musician by the name of Shuri Curry, if you're familiar with her, that of course fronted the Runaways, who became very well known for chainsaw carving.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Outside of her her
Wow.
musical career, she's a very passionate and now very experienced chainsaw artist.
Wow.
So that's a very unique skill set and direction to go outside of the acting world, Kevin.
Chainsaw is a rough tool.
Absolutely.
I mean, they use little tiny ones and a short bar with a point. The tools we use are much easier to handle than that, by the way. But okay, so that story. I was still in the academy. Annette and I decided to go see a Ken Russell film at the Little Carnegie Cinema, which was around the corner from Carnegie Hall. It used to be like, in the 70s, it was like an art house. They would play like old Fellini films, Ingmar Bergman festivals. So we went up there and saw The Savage Messiah by Ken Russell, which is about a real sculptor in the time of World War I. And in the course of the film, they showed a close-up of a carver's hands working a block of marble. And I was so turned on to the idea of a stone as a plastic medium. I started haunting the local sculpture supply, which was coincidentally half a block from the academy. So eventually I got 3 chisels and a hammer, found a rock in the East Village, set up a workbench under what is now called the High Line. In those days, it was just an abandoned elevated railroad, and the girls work in 11th Avenue. It's an abandoned, derelict neighborhood. But the first moment that I touched steel to stone, there was this incredible thing that happened. Epiphany, revelation, whatever you want to call it. But this was what I was meant to do, and that moment powers me to this day.
Nice. That's so awesome, for sure. Devil, my friend?
Oh no, man. Do you have anything that you're, other than the stone stuff? Do you have any more acting stuff that you can talk about that we might see you in the future, or anything you could talk about what your plans are for the rest of this year, if you have, if you can talk about it?
Well, the only thing in the books right now, I'm doing Crypticon in Kansas City, Missouri, later on this year. And the Hunter Stone Carving Seminar.
Yeah.
That's free, hscs.com. And that's it. Trying to keep my old truck running.
Yeah.
And as like a final thing, how was it like? How was it here at New Jersey HorrorCon? Having Frank right next to you.
This is a great show.
It's got to be so cool
Yeah,
to
I
also
haven't
have
seen
somebody
Frank in a while.
for so long that's been a part of your life that you haven't seen. Not that there's a reconnection that necessarily needs to happen, but that had to be very cool to have Frank right next door.
Oh yeah. We've kept in touch over the years. We're friends, and Ryan had contacted me about doing this, and I'd been coincidentally talking to Frank, I don't know, the week before or something, and he said he was interested in starting to do more shows. So it worked out perfectly.
Oh, nice.
So,
well, Kevin,
this is a great show, by the way, the New Jersey HorrorCon.
Yes, absolutely it is, and it really is. Devil and myself always have such a good time, Fangs and Inferno. So if you haven't come out to enjoy it, definitely put it on your calendars and definitely come check it out so you can hang out with all the talent and also hang out with Kevin as well. But Kevin, thank you so much for making some time for us.
Oh yeah,
fantastic.
Fangs and Infernos, we love you guys so much. We're going to see what else is popping here for the New Jersey HorrorCon, but we've been having an absolute great time. I'm Vampire, he's Devil, but most importantly, he is Kevin Van Henrik, and we are really, really pleased that we got to sit down with him. And we'll see you guys very, very soon. And Kevin, again, thank you so much, and best wishes for this year.
Thank you.
Oh yeah.
Horns up, Fangs. Fangs out.
Yeah. And then, like I said, I mean, as far as interviewing wise and stuff like that, we also got to, like I said, going to these cons as fans, there are a few that we met and stuff like that we just met just to, just to get autographs and stuff like that. And, a couple of the ones that Miss Vamp wanted to get that we got to meet that was pretty cool. We got to meet, Frankie, who played Frankie, who played in Saw, Saw 2. We got to meet Brad, who was a Michael Myers character, in Resurrection. And and then we got to see an interaction that was really, really, really cool with Mindy, from Austin Powers and stuff like that, with Frau bringing the Finbots. She was really, really cool, and she reminded me a lot of like when you met her, you got this interaction like we did when we met Doug Jones, where she already knows like what you're gonna do. So she would like she was talking to Miss Vamp, and she was like, okay, we're gonna pretend like we're best friends, and in this picture we're gonna turn around and pretend like we got startled, and in this next picture we're gonna pretend like we're not paying attention. We're gonna do this, and like she already had these like interactions that she already knew, and I thought that was kind of cool. Like when we got to meet Doug, he was like, okay, now you guys are all gonna touch my face. Now I'm gonna touch your face. Like it was like that kind of interaction. You can just tell like that she was super really, really cool, and genuinely was like excited to meet a lot of her fans, especially because like I said, I mean, not that she hadn't been. I mean, you could probably find some stuff in her IMDb list of maybe something that was horror related at one point, but pretty much everybody was going for her because of Frau from Austin Powers, which I thought. And I even made a comment to her because she wasn't that far away, but she was like 2 or 3 people down from Brad, who played Michael Myers. I was like, that would have been funnier if they would have been next to each other. And then the funny story was Brad even told us about when he went to go audition for the movie. It's been so long since he watched a Halloween movie, and he just knew Michael Myers' name. He thought he wanted him to stunt double Michael Myers, like Austin Powers Michael Myers.
Yeah.
So that was kind of funny too. And I was like, I told her about that. So I was like, they missed an opportunity having them two right next to each other, because it would have been kind of funny because you would have had Frau and Michael Myers right next to each other. But yeah, she was super, super cool and stuff like that. Like I said, we got to meet Beverly Mitchell, like you said, from the Crow and from Saw 2. So that was kind of cool that they were bringing in, a lot of times when you get these Saw movies, it's usually Saw 1 characters and stuff like that, or maybe so. And then, like I said, we got to meet Detective Hoffman at New Jersey, so that was kind of cool to add into more Saw characters for people who are wanting to get those actors. So it was kind of cool to New Jersey. It was like, okay, let's bring in some more Saw actors, and it was kind of cool to see like different Saw actors that you see that you see from different cons and stuff like that. Like that was kind of cool that they intertwine like for people who are fans of the movie and the genre. It's kind of cool that they can just kind of bring in names. You're like, oh my god, yeah, that's kind of cool. Like like you were saying, even like with V Neil before V Neil was, we knew who V Neil was. We already knew, but we always thought we had two potential autographs left for our Lost Boys ones, and then V were like, oh shit, maybe make that a third one. So that's kind of cool when they bring in stuff like like maybe you had a big huge Saw poster and you met some of the Saw people and you met Detective Hoffman the last time you were in New Jersey Con. Then all of a sudden you see these and you're like, oh shit, that's the douchebag that threw Shawnee Smith guy into Shawnee Smith's character into the needles, and it was pretty cool. There was an actual girl cosplaying that where had the needles in her arms and stuff.
Yeah,
I thought that was pretty cool. Yeah, and you're like, oh yeah, you can you're bringing in, oh yeah, shit, yeah, that'd be kind of cool. I'll add them to my to my Saw poster. So I like it where it's like like the New Jersey Horror Con gets a lot of these people that like you wouldn't think. I mean, one person that we didn't get a chance to meet, and it kind of like there was times where we could and we didn't with the with them bringing like Luke from the Wizard and stuff like that into it. So it's not it'd be kind of cool. But I love like that like I said, that they bring in other other stuff that's not 100% typically horror films, but people still love, like we said before with the preview, with them bringing in the Nerds cast. Yes, some of those actors have been in horror movies, but you're predominantly bringing them in for for the Nerds cast. That was kind of cool with the Halloween Town, and like I said, the Blair Witch people were there, and they were
Yeah.
signing. They were busy. Like
They
you
were
can definitely
pumped,
tell
yeah.
the two big huge ones were the Blair Witch. They were constantly busy all the time, and the Halloween Town people were constantly. So it's kind of cool that I mean, I was thinking, oh, okay, like I said, Halloween Town came out in like 97, 98, so I was a little bit older as far as watching that movie. So I was like, I don't know too much about that franchise. So I was like, is it really? And it was kind of cool that there were that many people who were really into that series and of those movies that they were bringing they've definitely brought in the crowd. You know what I mean? Like I said, between them and the Blair Witch people, those were two huge names as far as that. But yeah, it was fun, and like I said, it was it was cool to see, like I said, Damien was there. It's cool to see him. Father Evil. I was planning on trying to do an interview with him, and every time we went to go talk to him, he was gone. Every time had stuff, but it's always fun seeing him walking around. It's just fun walking around, with his angelic music playing while he's unblessing everybody.
No, for sure. And also, you and I also had a fun conversation too about Beverly, because man, you want to talk about somebody who made their signature pop on a poster? Holy shit! Because we had a very cool interaction a few years back when we met Jeff Daniel Phillips when they were doing a little Rob Zombie's Monsters reunion, and man, this beautiful green that he used on your Funko was so awesome. But man, she used this like bright blue, not little Sharpie blue, but this like solid blue like paint pen like on my Crow poster, and man, that thing is vivid. Like you can see that thing. Like I can see it.
You can see it from space.
Yeah, man. So that was super duper cool too, when somebody's just like, what do I want to use? What'll look good? And like, let's do this blue. And it was just like, whoa, it was just so like right there. And I thought that was super duper cool, man. But no, it was definitely a good one. So much fun meeting like people that, that we didn't even interview. And, and Brad Lurie even said that he's new to the con scene. It wasn't really something he had really done all that much. Same with Robin. Robin had only just started really doing it. So it was very cool to talk to Robin. And maybe down the line, next time a con brings in Brad, maybe we circle back around and we're like, hey, Brad, we met you the last time. Would you like to do an interview? Because there might have been some cool opportunities, because we tried to do an interview with a Michael Myers that didn't quite work out at a previous con, which is totally fine, because the one thing that's important to let the Fangs and Infernos know is the one thing that is never lost on us when it comes to trying to schedule these interviews is we definitely understand that the actors and the actresses are sacrificing probably a minimum of 20 minutes of their money-making time to talk to us. So that's always something that's very, very important. And that's one of the reasons why our first Michael Myers didn't quite work out, is like our timing of touching back wasn't really the greatest, but at the same time, they were busy. And they're there making money for their livelihood. So there's no reason for us to like feel that we need to be put ahead of the fans. And so that would be a cool thing too, to circle back around down the line if we get another chance to talk to Brad, because that was such a cool story to be told about him misunderstanding the role, that it'd be kind of cool to get that on film to also share with more fans. But let's pop ourselves out of the autograph room and let's cruise into the vendor room a little bit. And and talk briefly about the vendors before we talk about our overall experience as a final, because it's just cool. There's so many opportunities to buy things, and things with just big old quotation marks. I loved the Abracadabra New York City booth that we were chit-chatting with. We didn't do a ton of shopping with them, but I was able to get myself an official pair of Terrifier, like, sunflower glasses, which I've always kind of wanted for my collection, but they were so sweet. We and exchanged like Instagram info with those guys, and they were really, really sweet. I enjoyed talking to them a few times.
I was gonna say they were dressed up as on Sunday. They were dressed up as a repo.
Oh, so good.
So it was pretty cool. They were dressed up as the characters from Repo, Blind Mag, and Sapavi and all that. So that was pretty cool, And they were like, oh, it was just funny though, because we talked to them earlier about us being a horror podcast and stuff like that, and then they were dressed up, and then it was funny. The girl who was dressed up as Blind Mag was like, "Do you know what we're from?" And we're like, "Yes, we know where you're from, and I'll give you a tidbit of something you probably didn't know." And we explained to them about Shawnee Smith being in that character of that eventually Paris Hilton's character became, but two different characters, but still they were the daughters of it. So we got it, like, not only do we know what movie you're from, we're gonna give you a little bit of tidbit of information that you probably might not have known.
and we gave them a little wink wink. So Fangs and Infernos, wink wink on that topic.
We gave them a little extra spoiler.
Might want to pay attention to some up and coming episodes of Vampire and Devil if when it comes to those characters. Wink wink, nudge nudge. I also loved, we talked with him a lot. Meeting J.M. DeSantis was so cool. That dude is an amazing artist, and what a sweetheart as well. Like, I couldn't help but not kind of shop till I dropped with that guy, because we had such fun interactions with him on Saturday, and then more fun interactions when we were actually shopping on Sunday, because he had these amazing Dracula and Hocus Pocus, and not Hocus Pocus, that was a different vendor that was really cool, but these amazing Dracula, and Nosferatu, just really cool prints, canvas paintings that he had done, canvas sketches. And he was super duper cool, because it was also a lot of fun to just talk about vampires with him, because I got my canvas of classic Nosferatu, and I got these smaller prints of Vlad the Impaler style Dracula, as well as a cool Nosferatu feeding print. And you got a print that just gave Mrs. Vamp another reason to just be like, oh my God, I just want to pluck it, because you treated yourself to the a print of the mustache Nosferatu 2024's version, and it was so cool. And it was fun too, because you were like, hey, look, I think this is hilarious, so I want to get this one. But Mrs. Vamp was like, I was like, yeah, I'm going to get some other versions of Nosferatus, because I love the classic. I really, just like I've always said, I really did appreciate the Robert Eggers' work, while I didn't love the certain additions he put on Nosferatu. But I was also like, I'm going to want to hang these things, because I always hang vampire stuff in the house. I don't think I can go out of my way to torture Mrs. Vamp with a full-blown mustache Nosferatu on the wall. Yeah. You've already taken care of that for me when you gifted me a poster from the actual Robert Eggers' Nosferatu. So we got that on the wall. So what?
Yeah, the funny thing about that one, the main reason why I bought it though, and I loved the funniness of it, and he even said when he watched the movie with the mustache, he's like, maybe it was a disguise, and he kind of and that's pretty much what it was. It was Nosferatu with the stick mustache. Holding a stick into the mustache. And I was just like, oh my God, that's funny, because everybody's complaining and bitching and the whole gripe about this mustache. And I was like, oh my God, it's so much funnier, because maybe it was really a stick mustache. He was like, this is my disguise.
And actually, a quick throwback to the V. Neal interview is that was a very cool thing that we did get to touch on. And of course, her long-standing relationship with her Johnny Depp, of course, means that she's very familiar with Lily Rose from a very, very young age. And so it was very cool to talk to V about her feelings of seeing Lily coming into her own as an actress, knowing that, she's known Lily from the time that she was the size of a football, up until now. So that was also very cool as well. But no, JM was absolutely fantastic. Mrs. Vamp got these very cool Harley Quinn prints that she really liked, and a Sailor Moon print, and I got a Hocus Pocus one from, unfortunately I don't remember the vendor off the top of my head for this one, so I'll definitely owe it to him to plug him on one of our future reviews if he comes back on a vendor, to definitely show some love to him. But he was really, really cool. His prints were awesome, beautiful, because Mrs. Vamp loves her Harley Quinns, but it has to be the OG, Jester outfit, which it was, and this guy was really great and super duper cool. So I definitely loved him. I stumbled across some old friends in Tony and his son Christian that were selling a lot of Funko Pops, and got my hands on a little Art the Clown Funko that has the actual sunflower glasses on that I hadn't gotten yet. So that was a lot of fun. But it was cool just getting to walk around, have conversations. The big Ghostbusters crew was there again. Unfortunately our man Horror Show Jack wasn't there for this one, but always so great getting to walk into the vendors area and see like what people are selling, like what are some of their passion projects, and just the different kind of stuff that they've dedicated their livelihoods to, especially since we do various vendor stuff of our own when we're able, whether it's tying in, Vampire and Devil to TMS and stuff like that, to even be able to show off some of our own stuff. So it's really cool to see what people's, artistic sides allow them to do, along with other people who are just simply physical vendors.
Yeah, yeah. And, and speaking of people who are typically in the vending room, we got to see our boys American Grimm, and they upgraded. They upgraded from the vendor room to the celebrity room now. So it was cool to talk to them. They were talking about their new movie that was getting ready to be released, an alien movie, which was pretty cool. And the band is in it. So I was kind of asking about, is it sort of like the Foo Fighters horror movie, the Studio 666, and they get sort of like that, but not completely. It's it's an alien it's an alien abduction movie, but with them in it too. So I'm like, yeah, it was pretty cool. But yeah, it was fun seeing them. Like, we're like, wait, they're in the main room now. Uh-oh, man, they're like the Jeffersons. They moved on up.
That they did. They were right over there with James and John.
Yep.
And Brad. So they were literally right in a corner of like people that we were meeting and interviewing, which was super duper cool. But I mean, always a great time with our boys American Grimm. I'm gonna get in touch with them because they promised me a poster for them all to sign. So I think we should add that to our Vampire and Devil stuff. So when I reach out to them, I'm gonna be like, hey, can we get one of your big Roswell Remains posters? Can you guys all sign it? But we also sign it to Vampire and Devil, because we need to, the Soska sisters are flying solo right now with our 2 Vampire and Devil collection. So we have to add to that, while we also find a way to have a little bit of fun with the next time that you and I get to see Felissa Rose, because she promised us a very unique and fun autograph that we are definitely going to make her, make her fulfill the obligation.
Yeah. And it's funny that you talk about Felissa Rose too, because we're, when we were talking to the Forest Hills guys, we were talking about all the actors and actresses in that movie with Shelley, Edward Furlong, Dee Wallace. Felissa Rose is in that movie too as well. So we love her. So now it's another opportunity for us to talk to Felissa and talk about that movie as well too, and get her on that. But yeah, I'm looking forward to getting that extra inches that Felissa will hopefully send us soon.
Yep. No, definitely want that for sure. And that'll also be a cool thing too, because also a little fun fact for the Fangs and Infernos that are into physical copies of things like we are, they have two different versions of the Forest Hills Blu-ray cover. And from the area that I was standing, with the glare of the lights, I couldn't see the covers. I only saw the backdrop and their big poster that was on display that just had the one picture of Shelley. And they were like, well, which version would you like? Do you want the Shelley Duvall cover or do you want the Edward Furlong cover? And I was like, oh, that's pretty cool that there's options and stuff like that. But I mean, you and I looked at each other, but without batting an eyelash, it's like, oh, Shelley Duvall cover, please. Absolutely. No questions asked there. No disrespect to Edward. We've met him, we've gotten things signed by him, but it's like, no, this is being billed as Shelley Duvall's final movie, of course, which it is. It's got to be that way. That has to be the way. But I do think it's very cool that depending on who different Fangs are fans of, is very cool when anybody gives people the opportunity to have, their preferred person as something that's signed. So I do think that's pretty cool. But when it came to you and me, there was no debate. Oh, Shelley cover all day.
Yeah, for sure. We're like, is that even an option? But that's that's like I said, no disrespect for Edward, because like I said, we love our Edward, but you were going with the Shelley one, you know what I mean? So it was like, it was pretty cool. But yeah, it's like I said, as far as like going back into the vendor room, it was really cool, man. I mean, I was the only thing, like I said, that was kind of sad about, which I'm not 100% sure why, but obviously like our Fang Smith Jack was not there. We were kind of hoping to see our one of our sponsors and friends of Coney Island, but in a weird twist of fate, on Sunday we ran into one of our other sponsors in Half of Brutalities.
Yeah, and I was like, okay, well, interesting. And and so we're in touch with them, of course, on some new flavors that they're putting out, and myself and Mrs. Vamp will see them in as of the recording of this episode in about a week and a half, as we're going to make an appearance at a con, just to go and check out and have kind of almost like a little vampire date night, as she really wants to meet Tobin Bell, because she's very passionate about the Saw franchise, especially, of course, after meeting Beverly and Frankie. She really wants this opportunity to meet Tobin, who I've been fortunate to meet already. But it'll be still very cool in my own right to get to hopefully meet him again. So, Mrs. Vamp does a lot when it comes to the support of this show, and, being there and being around, knowing that we're going to just be sitting and talking to people. So, when she was passionate about wanting to meet this actor that matters to her, there's no reason for me to say no, especially when it was a con that you and I had already kind of scrapped because it didn't really fit in our schedules. But then with this announcement, it was like, she deserves me to make time. So that's very, very cool as well. So always very, very cool to meet somebody new. But also, Brutalities is going to be there because they had brought that up if we were going to be there. And I was like, half of V&D will be there. So we'll definitely swing by to say what's up and see them. And it was definitely cool. But so we didn't get to see Coney Island, but we did get to see Brutalities, and also got to speak with a couple of other cool, opportunities to get to rock out and maybe make some new future partnerships and stuff like that. So that was definitely a cool one for sure. But so, Devil, as we put a little wrap on this, review of this past weekend with, New Jersey Horror Con and Film Festival, overall, another great time, I think. Loved the lineup of guests. I did love the fact that they did their reunions, which they're known for, but I love the fact that there was a certain cap to the reunions as well, where, for example, not that this was a bad thing by any means, but and having that huge opportunity to meet so many people from Hocus Pocus that one year was so awesome. But you also do need to commit to those type of major reunions when they bring in 7 people from a franchise. if you're really dedicated to that. And again, they also had the Revenge of the Nerds. So you also would have had fans from Revenge of the Nerds that you really had to dedicate your time to if you really wanted to run the gamut of that. I love the fact that they gave you the opportunity to have kind of mini reunions on this, where you had Halloween Town at 4 people. You had, Blair Witch at the 3 main hitters. But then you also had just little pairings. Basket Case, the 2 main people. Saw 2 main people in that specific movie, which was very, very cool. But I love the fact that there's not a ton of just one-offs. There's one-offs that matter, which I think is very, very cool. But again, you had multiple people from Scary Movie. The one-offs that they had were very cool that they had them. Like Camille, from, I Spit on Your Grave, which didn't quite work out, who was very much on our radar. It just didn't quite fit. Same with Luke Edwards. But you definitely had the opportunities to leave with like one piece of memorabilia, but with multiple signatures, which you don't always get that opportunity. Like I said, for myself with The Crow, I got to move my Crow poster from 3 autographs to 5, instead of just here's another one, and then I got to wait till my next opportunity. It's always very cool when a con is set up to allow people to get opportunities in bulk. And I do think that New Jersey Horror Con does it incredibly well. I think Ryan is very bright when it comes to that. And he also sets up the room very, very well, where it is funny that we didn't have Mindy Sterling right next to Michael Myers, but it works very well with the way that they set that up. Obviously having the Blair Witch people together, obviously having the Halloween Town people together, but he had the 2 Scary Movie people next to each other. And even though you had Frankie and Beverly kind of across the room from each other, again, with somebody like me who's a Crow person, you had my Crow people right next to each other. So it's very, very cool when you can just kind of casually move down the line when somebody does pay attention to what's the best way to set up a room.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, like I said, a lot of it probably has to do with that. A lot of it has to do with maybe like you kind of pay attention to what the fans are interacting as far as like that. So you're like, okay, this person's gonna have a big, huge huge line. You're gonna put them in a spot where it's not gonna be get in the way of anything else and stuff like that. So you got to kind of play into that as well too. But yeah, like I said, I mean, it's like I said, I mean, even especially like this year's one, maybe not as much, but that the August one with the nerds, when they added like, I mean, there were so many people there. We're like, there's no way that they're putting all those people in one room. Right. And lo and behold, other than the Terrifier room and Stream room, you had everybody in that room, and I was like, and it was done in a way where everybody's not bottled into each other and stuff like that, which like I said, other cons sometimes way they have it placed and stuff like that. Even smaller cons, like sometimes, like I'm not saying like the bigger cons with the bigger names, because obviously those ones are going to be compacted because you got twice, 3 times more people going in the room. But like some other ones, even though those people only have like 4 people online, or this other person has 4 people online, if you put them kind of close to each other, you kind of do that. And sometimes, I mean, and granted, even at New Jersey, you're going to have that a little bit too. You're just you just always just basically just kind of go up and go, hey man, are you what line are you in? You find out, okay, they're in this line, okay, yeah. Because I mean, that's kind of how it was when we first went to V-Nil. There was a little bit of a line around. I was trying to remember if it was, I think it might have been John or something like that. Might have had a decent line, and V didn't have anybody, but we wanted to make sure we weren't jumping in front of anybody. Like, are you in line? Mindy. Or maybe Mindy, yeah, or something like that. We just wanted, you always just wanted, when you're doing this kind of stuff, you always want to either, go up to somebody who's in a line, or like I said, go up to one of the volunteers and ask and stuff like that. But yeah, I've always loved the floor plan for New Jersey Horror Con. Like I said, it's kind of amazing. Like I said, with that one in August, where it was like, I don't see how they're gonna have all these people in a one room, and somehow it worked.
That
And
was
it
our
worked
thing.
well.
That was our thing in the preview. When we were recording the preview for that one, we discussed that because we were also coming off our last New Jersey HorrorCon experience with, the big Hocus Pocus reunion. And then, of course, everything was still spread out. But that was, what was that? 1, 2, 3, 5 people, I believe, for Hocus Pocus. But this was like 7 people for like Revenge of the Nerds. And the overall amount of guests was also bigger. I think that year, that New Jersey HorrorCon with Hocus Pocus was about 20, and the Revenge of the Nerds one was like upwards of like 30. And we were like, bro, I don't know, man. This could be a very difficult thing. But then, sure enough, when we're doing our review of New Jersey HorrorCon, we couldn't not talk about it and be like, dude, the floor plan, they killed it, because we were a little skeptical going in on the potential traffic jam that we were going to have to deal with. And it was just not that way at all. It was a good crowd. It was a great turnout, but you could definitely move around. Honestly, the funny thing is, because of Mary Sanderson, of course, with Kathy Najimy, her line was gnarly. And it was set up in that boxway where they had the tape on the floor to do the hooks, and they had to enforce that. That took up a big chunk of real estate, even though it was a smaller overall reunion. But no, definitely they take their time. They don't just sling it together and throw things against the wall and see what sticks. They definitely understand that, okay, these are where our doors are at. These are where people have to walk to get to point A to point B. So let's set up the people we know that are going to be popular in a way that people are still going to be able to maneuver around. Because then, of course, in the event of any emergencies, which of course has never happened that we've seen, which is great. And, we never want to root for that, of course, but it's always something that cons of that type, they have to be aware of. If there is a situation, are we going to be able to look out for people's well-being? And they definitely set it up well for that.
Yeah, that's what I said, and like I said, and getting to the to the final remarks and stuff like that of the con. That's what I said. I mean, that's why I like about the New Jersey Horror Con. Like I said, not only do you get like the cool actors and stuff like that, they kind of listen to a lot of like what the fans kind of want. I mean, like I said, you had V Neil and you had Robert, which is that makeup side, that behind the scenes side, which you don't really get that often at cons. We were always making remarks about them bringing new musicians and stuff like that. They did, unfortunately. Our Skid Row people got sick the day before and couldn't go. But it's still cool that they were willing to bring in those musicians as well too. We're always talking about adding musicians that are going to these cons. So that's kind of cool that they're doing those ones. And like I said, bring in those ones that are like kind of rare one, because I even looking into it, like I said, like we were talking about with Brad, him not doing too many of those cons and stuff like that. Even the Robin Thomas one is even on their site as a rare appearance.
Yeah,
he doesn't do very much, so it's cool that you kind of get those ones where you get people that you may have not seen, and of course you're always going to get repeats from this con or repeats from that con, because it's there's only particularly there's only X amount of people who are in the horror or horror adjacent that do cons. So of course you're gonna meet you're gonna get a lot of duplicates sometimes. And like I said, I mean, I always feel that as like, hey, that's I don't mind, like I said, it's like, even a big name, you know what I mean? I'm not saying you need big, but you bring somebody like like Corey Feldman. It's a cool name. I already met him. I don't need him. Don't look at it as like, oh man, I already got Corey Feldman, or I already got like David from Terrifier and all that kind of stuff like that. Be glad, because that's going to draw people to him.
Yeah.
And the people that you want to meet now are going to be a lot more clearer. Where if you didn't have someone like that, if they didn't show up, like if Corey or David or something like that don't show up, now everybody's going to be going to somewhere else instead of going to that line.
Right.
And you're going to be like, well, shit, now I'm waiting in line. So it's like, I always look at that, look at it. It's like, okay, yeah, I've already met this person already. I mean, there are ones that we joke around. Like, I always joke around, like, if you haven't met Kane Hodder yet, have you been to a convention? Because he's literally like, between him and like Felissa Rose, they're pretty much like the convention whores. They're at every con. So it's like unless you're new to the convention, but you could be. I mean, people are realizing it. Even when we discuss it on the show, or even while I'm at work and stuff like that, people are like, I've never even knew these things existed. I'm like, dude, these things have been going around since like, since the 70s and the 80s. They kind of dropped back and forth a little while, and things and stuff like that. But now that they're kind of, now that horror's kind of being a little more celebrated and stuff like that again, they're kind of rising back up again. But yeah, it's like
Like I've got two official Kane Hodder autographs, but if I wanted, I could have like 15.
No, yeah. So as I say, it's like that's why we always joke around it. But I mean, like I said, it's like you take that, man. Like I said, I'm always glad whenever I go to a con and there's somebody that I already have that's a big name, and they get added, because I'm like, well, sweet, because everybody's going to want to go after them. That makes it V Neal's table a little bit better. That makes this person's. It's the same thing with the Halloween Town guys. I mean, even though we did that interview with Robin, with them having such a draw, it kind of like made it where you had a little bit more better chances to meet other people and stuff like that. Because I mean, unless Halloween Town was your jam, then yeah, you were probably stuck in a longer line. Or like you people who wanted to go meet the Blair Witch people, there were times where they had there were times where they didn't have as bad of the lines, but there were definitely times where they had a good bulk of people. So it's one of those ones. But that's the cool thing about New Jersey, is like even the people who have like super long lines, you're really not waiting. It's like, I mean, it's not like you're not waiting in like a Robert Englund line,
Yeah.
where you're waiting like 8 hours to go and meet him or something like that. So that's what I like about this con, where they want to satisfy people with big names, but they don't want to satisfy the people who the huge names. That's gonna take away from your your budget or whatever like that to get other names. And like I said, you're gonna have everybody stuck in one person's line a lot of times. So I like doing that. I like when it's spread. But like I said, I always just think of that as a positive, like for anybody who's going to cons. Like I said, you want somebody that you haven't met before, or that you've met before at cons sometimes, because that draws them to draws the fans that want to meet them away from maybe some of the people that you want to meet. So but that's what, like I said, and like I said, overall, like I said, it was just fun. It was a cool experience. I mean, I can't wait till we get the next chance. I'm waiting for, like I said, I know that they announced, the PA one that's going to be in Allentown, which is going to be kind of cool. Hopefully, maybe, it depends on the dates on that, but obviously, unfortunately, when it comes to the May one and the Showboat one, unfortunately, we have things that we both have, plans around that, because that was definitely one that we were looking forward to, because they have some really cool names. But definitely still go out and check that out. Go and check that out. Go and say hi to our Felissa Rose that's going to be there. Kane Hodder is going to be there, as we're talking about Felissa and Kane and some of those guys. And then, like I said, I know they announced that New Jersey HorrorCon will be coming back to Edison in September, so we're looking forward to when they start announcing some of the names for that, because we've had a little bit of tidbits of people who possibly could be going, because we know there's a lot of anniversaries. The Return of the Living Dead one's an anniversary that's coming around, and we know that New Jersey HorrorCon's not afraid of those reunions. So I'm looking forward to being around that the end of September, around the spooky time of Halloween, and see who all they're gonna do for the reunion. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what guests and maybe we get lucky and we get a Lost Boys. Like I said, I highly doubt we're gonna get Jamie, but we can always go with with the Mama Deanna Weiss. So we can definitely still go for her. Hopefully, maybe like I said, with Skid Row guys not being there, maybe if they're not touring at that time, maybe we'll get a chance to talk to Rachel and Snake. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what New Jersey, and like I said, especially with Ryan and stuff like that, taking a chance with us, especially as us being a young one when he helped us, hooked us up in April, doing this con and stuff like that. We always want to we're always going to give our love and support to this con, not only just because we're thankful of all the stuff that he does, but just because, like I said, it's a fun con. Like some cons sometimes get stressful and you kind of get, you're a little bit of angry, or you're waiting in lines, and you're doing this, and sometimes you just don't have a great time. And I'm not saying that, New Jersey, doesn't, isn't going to have those moments in people's lives and stuff like that too. But I mean, so far, as far as me and you, this is our third event, and we're 3 for 3 with how amazing and how perfect we think this con runs.
It really is great. No, for sure. And I love, I love the ability for a unique guest. Of course, it's valuable for cons to bring in a rare appearance, but it's so cool when it comes to like just that ability of like unique, where also I think sometimes guests don't necessarily understand what a cool, guest somebody is. Like I said, like we've said with V, like, let alone the fact that she's an Academy Award winner. She's a 3-time Academy Award winner. It's hard enough to get it once. It's hard enough to be nominated. But for her to win, and also win in very unique movies, where you win for Beetlejuice, where she even said herself, she was like, I think despite the fact that this person was so amazing, they've already got like 5 Academy Awards, that maybe they really were looking at the opportunities of others and what unique, other makeup opportunities there are out there, which opens the door for the recognition of Beetlejuice and her skill set to be put out there, and then of course with Mrs. Doubtfire, so cool. So amazing when it comes to that. But also on that note, the other reason why I wanted to bring up V is because we really did appreciate her time, and she was so sweet and so genuine to us. I did want to take a moment to, as of the recording and publishing of this review, is that coming up in a week, she is going to be back home in California doing her V Neo Vampire Weekend. So we do want to take a moment to put a little love out there for that, to Fangs and Infernos. If you're out on the West Coast, you're in California, definitely go out and check that out. That's going to be a very cool thing. She's got Lost Boys cast that are going to be there. Father Sebastian is going to be there, who's involved with the Endless Night Vampire Balls. He's a very, very cool guy as well. He also has got a pre-order up for his first book of his autobiography series, which is very, very cool. But definitely get out there and support V with her own personal passion project for a convention, where she talked to us about it in our interview. So make sure that you go watch the interview, where she talks about wanting to do this, being very passionate about it. But the stipulation she put down with the person that she did the event with is that it's got to be at home base. I'm not traveling anywhere to do my own convention. It's going to be in my backyard, which I think is super duper awesome. And yeah, man, New Jersey HorrorCon, it's just, they've been so good to us. They were so good to us right off the bat when we were only like 2 months old. So it was very cool for Ryan to look at us and be like, hey, you know what? I'm down to say yes to anybody at least once, and then see whether or not they're legit. And for him to be down for us right off the bat, it's always important to us to make sure that we give him the proper turn on his investment with us, because we love the way this con is run. We love the way Ryan has treated us. And we look forward to, just like we say, strengthening the relationship onwards and outwards, and definitely keeping a lot of love to the New Jersey HorrorCon, man. So it's definitely a good one for that. So Fangs and Infernos, make sure that you guys are getting out there and supporting New Jersey HorrorCon, whether it's in Edison, now back to Pennsylvania, Atlantic City, with everything that they do. It really is run excellent. The cast that they get, like the celebrities that they bring in, are very well thought out. You're going to get your repeats because it's the way the con circuit goes, but you're definitely going to get your rare opportunities like we, just had with Robin. For myself with, Basket Case, and then of course with myself and Devil with V. Neal. Very, very cool. Very, very awesome. So Ryan and New Jersey HorrorCon, thank you guys so much for rocking out with us and always having us back. So we look forward to extending the favor and giving you guys some more great press and more great opportunities. As always, Fangs and Inferno, shout outs to our partners, to our awesome sponsors, but also a very special shout out, of course, to our brand new formed and launched partnership for Vampire and Devil merch that you can only get exclusively through rockinhorror.com. Rockin' Horror Apparel has partnered with us. It's the only place that you're able to get your Vampire and Devil merch. So make sure that you're going to rockinhorror.com and go specifically under the Vampire and Devil collab category for all of the stuff that we're offering, with more things to come. We definitely have some ideas. Devil's got some stuff that he thinks would be very, very cool in our merch store, and so do I as well. So we're going to cross those bridges when we get to it. We just wanted to start it off with very, very cool things that we thought that you Fangs and Infernos would really, really love. So again, on behalf of New Jersey HorrorCon and Ryan, we appreciate him so much, and we look forward to working with him in the future, and to all of the talent that we got to hang with, interview, as well as just say hi to. It was an absolute great time. So we're signing off on this review of New Jersey HorrorCon. Horns up. Fangs out.